Hello everyone, welcome into another stream of Last Protagonist reacting to a bunch of videos, some of them even involving lore. Hope you're doing well. So sorry for the little bit of a delayed intro there. We had the dog acting up, so had to deal with him for a moment. So on yesterday's episode of reacting to videos, we checked out, where was it? Explaining Dark Souls 2's most controversial mechanic, agility by Metalhead. Then Berto pleases, let's talk about the hidden boss health bars in Soulsborne games. Then the level design of Bloodborne, Hemwick Charnel Lane by Leap Gaming. Then Elden Dorks, Muriel's Secret Solves Oldest Mysteries, Elden Ring lore. Then Mojo plays 10 Elden Ring theories that might actually be true. And then we actually already watched Godwin is Not Godfrey's Son, so that's why we had the agility video instead. So today we have queued up 5 more videos. Maybe we'll get to 4 of them, maybe 5. With the first being Debate and Switch, the Trope That Ruins Stories by The Haze. Then Arcade K17's Which Soul's Ending is the Darkest. Then Valathor 117's What is Elden Ring's Biggest Secret? I don't know, we'll have to figure it out. Then Phantom Leaves, good old member of the community, What Even is the Scadutree? The Divine Tree Part 1, Elden Ring Lore Theory. Then last but not least, The Forbidden Science of Elden Ring and Bloodborne, Elden Ring Lore by Nick's Tales. So SNX, Ulfer Larenson, Weddy255, Elden Enthusiast, welcome on in. How you guys doing tonight? Should have turned the dog off and back on. No, see, what I did right now is actually turned him off. I got him all tucked in so that way he'll stop being a butts. I also got to play with him a decent amount today, so he should be pretty well tuckered out, although he did take a nap before his final nightly excursion. I forgot my water in the other room. All right, give me 1 minute to grab my water, and then we will dive into this. So we'll be right back. The Tomb of the Giants is a pretty scary area, especially on a first playthrough. I'll just go ahead and say it so we get cursed. I do kind of remember the layout of the area, but a lot of the specifics are hard to remember. Byhander, and I think as we start to go down now we get shot at, if we're not being shot at right now. Okay. I thought there was a way to fall there. Shows how well I actually remember that layout. Actually, let's try to be smart for once. Wait, I don't think I have any of the prism stones. That's all of my stones are in Dark Souls 3. I think it's a little bit further to the left. Alright, enough of that silliness. I am back. And then Phantom Leaves, welcome back in. So your video, I don't know when you hopped in, will be queued up second to last for tonight. Or I could just move it ahead earlier if you need to peace out earlier, just let me know. Alright, so anyway, let's check out Debate and Switch, the Trope That Ruins Stories by The Haze. So we've got a content disclaimer. The content in this video is all for the sake of review, falls under free use, blah blah blah. Okay.
Have you ever watched a show introduce a really interesting moral gray area and then completely ignore it? Have you ever then spent the next week thinking about that moral dilemma and all the wild implications it has? Well, that was me 9 months ago with The Legend of Korra's Amon. I made a whole half-hour video about this guy because his plotline is such a train wreck. Go check it out if you're interested. To summarize it super quick, in the world of Avatar there are these people called benders, who are basically wizards who can control one element: earth, fire, water, and air. About a quarter of the people in this universe can bend, leaving everyone else
Can't believe you forgot Heart. Go Planet.
as a normal human. Now, in the sequel series, a revolutionary leader called Amon pops up who says there's a ton of oppression against non-benders in society, and that for people to become truly equal, he needs to take away everyone's bending. The oppression of non-benders is a really interesting idea, and could make for an extremely morally complicated situation with a lot of nuance in the possible solutions, and they never address it. Instead, they have Amon become a terrorist who blows up half of Republic City. The main characters instantly stop thinking about the moral gray area. Then, once he's defeated, the subject of non-bender oppression, the thing the entire first season hinged on, is never brought up again. Not in the rest of the season.
Yeah, to be fair, and it really sucks to have to use this as a caveat, is that the developers for Legend of Korra thought they only had one season to work with, but it does suck that this doesn't really get brought up again in the series in a broader context. I feel like Zahir kind of is adjacent to what goes on with Amon, but yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Korra. Like, it's not bad, but it just had really big shoes to fill with Twinkle Toes that came before. And then Iman, welcome back into this stream. Why do you always complain about Temu? Do you get Temu ads? Is that why? Like, is that what always sparks it?
Season or any of the 3 seasons that came after it. This is the debate and switch. It's a trope with 4 steps. Step 1, there's some sort of problem and the antagonist will come in with a possible solution. Often, somebody else, usually but not always the heroes, will have a different solution. None of the solutions are perfect, and if there's more than one, both of them can't exist at the same time. In The Legend of Korra, the problem is the oppression of non-benders. Amon's solution is to take away people's bending so that everyone will become a non-bender. Nobody else really puts forward a solution, but all of the main characters oppose Amon. Step 2, the debate begins. None of them are perfect, but which idea is best? This makes for a really interesting morally gray problem. For example, in The Legend of Korra, it's whether violence and taking away people's bending are valid methods to stop oppression. Is the oppression bad enough that a level of violence is necessary? Is violence ever necessary? Will anything fundamentally change without it? This is a really cool conflict. Step 3, have the antagonist do something extremely morally reprehensible. Suddenly, the whole conflict of the story switches. Instead of this being a really interesting battle between 2 or 3 different opposing perspectives, it just becomes about stopping the big murder bad guy from killing the love interest. This happens when Amon
And to be fair, that's, I think, just a really big problem with storytelling in general, because if you have the villain have valid points and don't do a kind of kick the puppy type of moment to let the audience unequivocally know that this guy is bad, you might have your audience sympathizing with the villain, or villain might not be the right word, let's say antagonist or the anti-hero. And to be fair, that doesn't work super well for like a kids show, but trying to think of like really good examples of anti-heroes that were done right but also didn't lead into jonkler situations. What I mean by that is like the fandom completely missing the point. And I guess in a way, like, to shoot myself in the foot about like the fandom misinterpreting things, like Fight Club is kind of good about that because Tyler Durden has his reasons for doing things, but most people don't understand the whole point of that show or movie or book, whatever you want to call it.
takes over and then starts
And Platinum Chip, welcome back in.
bombing Republic City. If he really cared about non-bender oppression, he wouldn't be blowing up all those buildings with innocent non-benders in them. Plus, this bombing accomplishes literally nothing toward his stated goal. Step 4, don't resolve the moral gray area and never bring it up again. In The Legend of Korra, after Amon bombs the city, they don't mention non-bender oppression for the rest of the season. It's not that it doesn't exist, all the characters say it does in the first season and nobody ever really states otherwise. It's a real problem, and they just leave it there.
I don't know how I feel about that, because it's been a long time since I've watched Korra, but I always just thought it would have to suck to be Mako or the other firebenders whose job is to literally generate electricity for everybody else. Although, to be fair, it's not very functionally different from being a coal miner in a way. Like, obviously you have the whole mechanical physical labor aspect of it, which is different. They're not going to get black lung disease, but maybe they have some other like elemental bender type stuff that we don't know about. But long story short is everybody's got problems, but I really was curious about the whole like non-bender stuff. So I do agree with the Haze that I wish there was more that went into it, especially as the later season went on.
This trope sucks, and here's why. Fiction is all about setting up problems and coming to a satisfying solution. It's the whole basis of conflict, which is what drives every story under the sun. What the debate and switch does is set up a really complicated, fascinating problem, distract people with a flashy but much less interesting conflict, and then sweep the first problem under the rug when the audience isn't looking. There are two major issues here. The first is that the really cool conflict never gets resolved. The problem is still there and it never goes away. The audience is just supposed to ignore it since none of the characters talk about it anymore. Then that
I remember, for me, like one of the moments that The Simpsons really jumped the shark is that they had an A story developed in the beginning of the episode. And then when they got to the B story and were seemingly about to resolve it, they like brought the A story back up. I can't remember the particulars, but I think there's like something about a raccoon or like some kind of animal that they're trying to deal with. And then Homer's like, oh, who cares about that thing? We gave up on that like 10 minutes ago. He didn't say it that way, but he's like, oh, we don't care about that problem anymore. We're all focused on this one. So that is something that does bother me. And one of the movies which stands out to me as having like a real problem with this, in a way, but not exactly, it just feels a little bit unsatisfying when you stop to really think about the implications of everything, is It's a Wonderful Life. It has always bothered me that the banker dude, Pottersville, is he Potter? It's just Potter, right? Yeah, it has to be Potter. How come I never associated him with Harry Potter? Is an easy way to remember his name. Anyway, in It's a Wonderful Life, the uncle for George, is it George Bailey? Yeah. The uncle for George like loses all the bank's money and Potter steals it essentially. And he never gets a comeuppance other than nobody loves him, which of course like good Christian values, but it's kind of messed up. I don't know. Pottersville is the alternate. Yeah. So, and of course, Pottersville almost seems like a riff on Hooversville in a way. And Mallow, welcome back in. You said there's some cases where the villain's doing more things reasonably than the main characters, like Walter White and Skylar, his wife. That's why everybody loves Walter and hates Skylar. It's kind of funny and ironic to me that Skylar tries to be like, hey, don't do crime, that's bad. And everyone's like, shut up, Skylar, we hate you. Heisenberg is cool. Obviously, that's a huge oversimplification, and there's kind of like emotional infidelity that Skylar does, which kind of undermines her character arc and makes people dislike her to begin with. But I've always really appreciated Breaking Bad for having a kind of villain as the hero, essentially.
That conflict taints the season finale or even the entire rest of the series. Like, in Season 3 of The Legend of Korra, a bunch of people suddenly gain the ability to airbend. If the oppression of non-benders is real, then they all just moved up a rung in society, and yet they don't explore that at all. Nothing about the new airbenders staying true to the cause of non-benders, none of them abandoned the needs of non-benders because they're privileged now too. The story literally never addresses any of the implications of this huge change. The oppression of non-benders was what the entire first season was about, and it was never properly resolved, so it gnaws at the back of my head when I'm trying to enjoy the rest of the show. The second issue is that the new conflict they introduce is usually way more boring than the first one. As cool as Amon is, he looks awesome, sounds awesome, and does some really spooky stuff. Having him be a generic evil guy is a lot less interesting. Plus, this second conflict tends to be pretty rushed. Since the villain usually changes character so much once they do the big evil murder thing, the story basically has to set up a whole new personality and goal for the heroes and the villain in like a third of the runtime. Amon's biggest sidekick, Hiroshi Sato, goes from a nice and caring father to trying to kill his daughter with a mecha in like 2 episodes. So what you're left with is a much more boring and generic stop the big evil guy plotline that also doesn't even have enough time to resolve in a satisfying way. And all of
Another big hated trope for me is kind of what they ended up doing with Varric. It just felt very contrived. And same thing with like the Sato family.
that is still
Did I watch that one lore video? Oh, I don't know. Which one? Meow Laser? Welcome back in.
only like a third of the problems with the whole Equalists plotline in the first season of The Legend of Korra. Seriously, please go watch that video if you're interested. It's one of my early videos I'm proudest of, and it doesn't have that many views. However, it's also important to point out what the debate in Switch is not. It's not the villain having a point. For example, The Killing Joke. The Killing Joke was a one-issue Batman comic a guy called Alan Moore wrote back in 1988. It's really good, got super famous, accidentally kicked off a whole era of superhero comics that got progressively worse and worse over the period of a decade until it became unbearably boring and samey, you get the gist. Anyway, The Killing Joke is about the Joker basically trying to justify to Batman why he turned evil. He says that all it takes is one bad day for a totally good and sane man to go completely mad. And there is some truth to this. Traumatic events can really mess a person up, and someone who's undergoing a lot of pain or grief can end up becoming a bit mentally unstable because of it. I mean, Batman is a billionaire who dresses up as a bat to fight crime each night because his parents were shot in front of him at a young age. He kind of proves it's a thing all on his own. Maybe the Joker is right that all it takes is one bad day for a regular guy to turn into a monster like him. But here's the catch. Batman has a better point. See, it's true that one bad day did make him lose himself a bit, but instead of terrorism, he started stopping injustice wherever he could find it. He channeled his righteous anger into something productive, something that will help the people of the extremely corrupt Gotham City. Plus, the Joker has been putting Commissioner Gordon through horrible torment the whole comic, and he's come out of that just as sane as he entered, only a bit.
So that was actually one of the things that I most appreciated about The Dark Knight, is that Heath Ledger's rendition of the Joker makes a really heartfelt sob story about his kind of origin, and then he kind of tips his hand that it's all a lie and he's just screwing with whoever's listening to him. And his story changes depending on who he talks to, just for him to like mess with them. And it always feels like there's probably a little bit of a layer of truth between each of the stories that he gives, but ultimately he doesn't really care if he has a sob story. It's just his motivation for doing things that he wants to do is that he wants to see the world burn, you know? So I think that was kind of revolutionary with the way that The Dark Knight handled the nuance of evil comic book villains, because they felt a lot more grounded than, you know, the Tim Burton films. But setting that aside, what he asked a good question with, is there any way this stuff can fit in with FromSoft games? Not even the Soulsbornes, but also other ones like AC6. In terms of like having the debate and switch, I would say you could probably argue that to a certain extent with like Elden Ring and whatnot, because we still don't know America's motivations for going through with the Shattering. We don't know her motivations for going through with the Divine Gates. Obviously, like a lot of the stuff with Mikola feels like a really big bait and switch. A lot of people were convinced that Godwin was going to show up in the DLC only for it to be Radon Prime, and a lot of people were very upset about that. So the Radon stuff is not set up nearly as well in the DLC to make that payoff work. So I think within this framework, that alone can kind of fit that, even though it's not necessarily a debate in a way. In Honkai Impact, to have an antagonist being more reasonable than the main characters. We do have Godwin in the DLC. Sure, his faces from the pustules in the underground. Anyway.
Worse for wear. Yeah, the Joker has a point that one bad day can make people do terrible things, but that doesn't always mean they'll become awful because of it. Sometimes they improve. Sometimes they just need some therapy. Also, the villain doesn't have to be proven wrong. For a more lighthearted example, you've got Yzma from The Emperor's New Groove. Yzma hates the main character Kuzco. She thinks he's an annoying, useless tumor attached to the Empire, more concerned with his own luxury than with actually ruling.
Kuzco must be eliminated. The Empire will finally be rid of that useless slug.
Well, you got a point. No one really seems to care that he's gone, do they?
And you know what? She's right. Kuzco's whole arc throughout The Emperor's New Groove is about learning to care about other people and using his power to help the citizens of his empire. But you know what else is true about Yzma? She's crazy and power hungry. So even though she is 100% correct about Kuzco being a spoiled brat, there's still a very good reason why the main characters have to defeat her. This is not a debate and switch. Kuzco lost the debate about him being a terrible emperor. That's all resolved. It's just that once Kuzco becomes a good person, they still have to defeat Yzma because she's evil. And it's a trip. If you've never seen this movie, get some buddies and check it out. It's completely and utterly ridiculous. Genuinely one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. Okay, so with all that groundwork laid, I think it's time I actually start analyzing why this trope exists and going over some fun examples in the process.
So I do like that example of having a villain that's right, but they're still wrong for the way that they're going about things, because that's always a fun thing to consider. It's like, yeah, you're right, but you're still a jerk, to modify a phrase from The Big Lebowski. So Eddie, I think you might have forgotten a word, but you said you don't think you can make Freya saying 3 sentences is not actual setup. I'm not sure if you're saying that Freya does set up the Radahn thing slightly, or if it does not do a good enough job. I'm assuming the latter, but it's slightly unclear. So, I mean, a lot of people don't even bother with the quests, and it's not even spelled out very well. I think you can kind of out of sequence the Freya stuff if you talk to Ansbach and complete that first. So it's a pretty big mess, the state of the lore in the DLC.
Let's get to it. First of all, it's kind of incredible how common this trope is in superhero movies in particular. I mean, you can...
Oh yeah, of course, Thanos is one of like the prime examples. Like, yeah, he's worried about resources, but rather than, doubling the resources of the universe, he chooses to halve it instead, which is like, you have the choice, bro. You got the Infinity Gauntlet. It's kind of goofy.
Find debate and switches all over the place, but it pops up in superhero movies a ton. So I'm going to be using some superhero examples to categorize debate and switches into 3 distinct groups.
I have seen this one. Honestly, I'm like not interested in any of the others. Wait, I think I've seen part of Wonder Woman, not like the whole thing. Shazam looked interesting, but
Groups. To be clear, I'm making up these 3 different ways of classifying them. These are not real terms. The first type of debate and switch is the status quo and switch. For our example here, we have Captain America Civil War. The whole start of this movie is about whether superheroes should have to register with the UN. See, right at the start of the movie, Wanda Maximoff accidentally diverts an explosion into a bunch of civilians with her psychic powers. This leads to the UN trying to pass something called the Sokovia Accords, which would create a UN panel that would control the Avengers. Iron Man, aka Tony Stark, thinks this is a good idea, while Captain America, aka Steve Rogers, doesn't. So right away this is a super interesting moral gray area. Basically, should the Avengers be allowed to work as their own entity, or should there be some sort of structure overseeing these obvious vigilantes? What they're doing is basically illegal and to some degree terrorism. I mean, the whole first 10 minutes of the movie is 3 of them going into Nigeria and wrecking shop. Nigeria should have some sort of say in that, right? But then, on the other hand, who says the UN will be right about any of this stuff? A lot of the countries that are in the UN are the same ones funding terrorists. Plus, getting all that approval from the UN would take a long time, would be a public affair, and would require the heroes with secret...
I do think it's ironic that he seems to be using like actual footage of the UN as opposed to the movie footage, because this makes it sound like Belarus is funding terrorists. Maybe they are, who knows?
Identities to give them up to the UN, which would all make it harder and more dangerous for the Avengers to operate. Is it better for them to risk not being able to do anything if it means that the things they are doing won't be as dangerous for civilians? Iron Man thinks that's a risk worth taking and wants the Sokovia Accords to go through. Captain America does not. And suddenly, there's a civil war among the Avengers. What's so cool about this gray area is that even if you think one side is objectively more correct or incorrect, there are still very good arguments from both sides of the coin. So then Civil War takes this really interesting premise and completely ignores it. The first half hour is a riveting political drama that's one of the coolest Marvel stories put on screen, and they abandon it. Instead, it's actually about Captain America going rogue to rescue Bucky Barnes and Iron Man not liking that. Then Tony Stark realizes that the Winter Soldier killed his parents back in the 90s when he was brainwashed, gets real pissed, and breaks his robot arm. And suddenly, the whole movie is actually about Tony and Steve having beef. By the end of the film, the only one really obeying the Accords anymore is Iron Man, and people have barely mentioned the actual premise of the movie in an hour. The film is still good, but we never really get a resolution to the whole UN thing. Why? Well, the MCU has a...
Yeah, I did like parts of Civil War, but I will agree with them that the whole Bucky thing does feel a little bit forced. But I guess like it makes sense in the construct of him having killed Tony Stark's parents, I guess. But it's kind of one of the bigger issues, I think, with like a lot of comic book writing, like Batman versus Superman, in terms of like forcing the fight between the characters. At least that one felt a little bit more natural, I suppose. And hey, Stella, welcome back in.
A ton of movies and shows after this, and a good 80% of them include at least one Avenger. If people actually followed the Accords, that would mean all of the Avengers would have to be getting approval from the UN for everything they do, and none of them could ever operate with secret identities, which would screw over Spider-Man a lot. Basically, if the Accords fail, then the movies can continue on like normal, but if they stay, that's either going to completely upend the storylines for every single Avenger afterward, or someone's going to have to spend a good third of a later movie getting rid of them. That's why the only one who actually follows them is Iron Man, who doesn't have have any movies after this. The Accords stick around, but the only time they actually matter after Civil War is during the fight against Thanos. They cannot stay relevant, or else the MCU movies are going to be way harder to write. But the problem for the MCU is they don't have a perfect argument against the Sokovia Accords, or at least some sort of watered down version of it. The US does have really disproportionate control over the Avengers, and it makes sense that they should have to get approval from the rest of the world before going into other countries and wrecking shop. So the writers have to make sure that option seems like the worst of the two, which is why they have Iron Man say it, and then have him be completely unreasonable for the rest of the movie. They also can't.
And this is why X-Men is better, because that's kind of like the entire premise of the X-Men.
Cut the UN stuff from the movie because the debate was a huge part of the marketing. It got fans all over the internet talking about which side was right, which meant everyone was hearing about the movie 24/7. Plus, Civil War is an adaptation of a super popular storyline from the comics, so it would get all the fans of that story to show up and see the movie too. So to balance these two opposing forces, Civil War has to pull this crazy distraction magic trick where they change the main conflict of the plot a third of the way through and hope you forget about the first 30 minutes. This is why I call it the status quo and switch. In this moral gray area, one side would completely upend the whole balance of a franchise, and so no matter who's actually correct, that side.
I hate this song. It just plays in too many things, and it's just overused.
Has to lose. And so they make that side do something evil or completely change the conflict so they could ignore the whole moral gray area from the start of the movie. The huge part of the plot about the UN is left hanging there, and again, it's all I can think about whenever I watch an MCU movie after that. Then we've got the second type of debate and switch, the straw man and switch. This is mostly the camp that Amon falls into, but for the sake of having another example, let's talk about Bane from The Dark Knight Rises. So in this movie there's this thing called the Harvey Dent Act, which somehow wiped out all organized crime in Gotham City. However, it has also imprisoned hundreds of people for 20 years without parole. If you were involved with organized crime in any way, even if you're just the accountant for a bunch of mobsters, you are getting 2 decades in prison with no parole. So then Bane comes in and points out that this is unfair and also based on the lie that Harvey Dent was a good guy, when in reality he became the murderer Two-Face. Plus, despite Gotham's lower crime rate, there's still a ton of technically legal but still terrible corruption in the city, with the rich handing out bribes and working together to oppress the rest of Gotham. Bane also.
Captini, welcome back in. Is this real life? A 4-minute Hero Wars ad? Oh my god, is that skippable? I hope so. It sucks, because it sounds like you guys are getting slammed tonight, and I have always had my ad settings on the most conservative one possible.
Wants to blow up Gotham with a nuke. Okay, so Bane has this whole rhetoric about how Gotham is corrupt and how the people need to take control of the city again, so he traps every single police officer in the sewers and frees all of the prisoners who are all already carrying AKs when they walk out of the prison, and he also gets the citizens to hold sham trials of various people, including Commissioner Gordon. But he also wants to blow up Gotham with a nuke because he thinks it's beyond redemption. So why the hell is he doing all this liberation stuff if he's just gonna blow up Gotham anyway? To make an example out of it, that's really dumb. Then it turns out that the person with the detonator is actually Talia al Ghul, and she's on a whole revenge play to complete her father Ra's al Ghul's goal of destroying Gotham. Then nobody ever acknowledges the city's corruption or the prisoners without parole ever again. So basically the movie goes from being about a well-intentioned extremist trying to prove to Gotham City how corrupt and brutal it is, and then they make it so he wants to blow up Gotham to achieve the goals of the first movie's villain instead. The movie never actually disproves Bane about how the city is corrupt. Instead,
I always thought that was more of a misdirect than anything else, because with him doing that and Talia being the one to set off the nuke, he's not wrong with the second point that it's all corrupt, because as soon as he unleashes everybody to hold everybody else trial, it just devolves into tribalism or corruption of the masses, whatever you want to call it.
They just have him be a crazy murder psychopath.
Then Batman beats him up, blows up the bomb far away from Gotham, he's an awesome hero, and nobody has to think about Gotham being corrupt ever again. See,
although to be fair, I don't remember this one extremely well. What was your guys' takeaway, if you have anything to say about this, because I don't remember it.
The reason why this happened is that if Batman actually had to directly confront Bane's ideology without him being a crazy murder nuke man, he'd have to make a convincing argument for why those prisoners don't deserve parole, or how the police in Gotham aren't corrupt, or why the rich people of the city don't deserve public trials. And that would be a pretty difficult argument to make, especially since Batman is himself one of those super rich Gothamites.
I I don't know about this argument, because I feel like the whole reason why he became Batman is because he knew that. I think on a fundamental level, Batman agrees with Bane, but he still does his vigilante justice because he thinks too many people are getting away and there needs to be some semblance of order. And in many ways, they're more alike than they are different, perhaps. Anne Hathaway was great. What, do you only watch Jurassic Park 1 on repeat? Is that right? Bathman, The Dark Knight rinses, I see. And welcome back in, Global.
If we have the villain be too
You said its writers having commitment issues. Well, a lot of stuff can really go sideways in the making of a movie because, especially with The Dark Knight, we had to lose the continuation of the Joker story because of what happened to Heath Ledger. So that probably had a huge impact on the script. And there's always scheduling conflicts, location conflicts, continuity conflicts, and things just get rewritten all the time. It's a pretty big mess.
correct, then the audience might start agreeing with him. It might make Batman seem like he's the bad guy, a billionaire who's putting people in prison with brutal sentences instead of going after his fellow corrupt oligarchs. We can't have that, so instead the movie pulls a strawman and switch, where they make Bane a strawman of how an anarcho-communist would actually act, and then also make him a violent murder psycho, and then Batman becomes the hero by default because he saves all of Gotham from a violent murder nuke man. The movie doesn't actually want to confront any of the good points Bane makes because even though they disagree, Bane is basically correct. So instead they have to find some other reason why Batman needs to stop him, hence the nuke. Then you've got the final and generally least problematic type of debate and switch. The, hey wait a second, and switch. This is kind of cheating since it's not technically a debate and switch, but it's a very closely related trope with similar problems, so I thought I'd cover it anyway. This is when the villain is pretty much a straight bad guy the whole way through, but at some point has a line that makes you go, hey wait a second, that's actually a pretty good idea. For this example, I'm gonna go with Syndrome from The Incredibles. For most of the movie, he's a pretty awesome, straightforward bad guy. He doesn't have powers, he's super jealous of the people who do, so he goes out of his way to kill all the superheroes he can so he'll be the only one left. In the process, his villainous actions prove he could never have been a hero in the first place. But then he delivers the movie's most iconic line.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
I have had this idea.
Man does two evil laughs in the space of one sentence. I really do like The Incredibles. It's probably one of my favorite, if not my favorite Pixar movie. I don't know. So, True Connoisseur, welcome back. Nice to see you again. You said The Dark Knight Rises is messy, but you think Bane's meant to be an intentional misdirect? Someone who wants to just punish Gotham by making it a spectacle of depravity? And I think you're right there. And on that note, that made me think of how they kind of covered a lot of that with the Joker in The Dark Knight, with the prisoner ship or whatnot not blowing up the good people and vice versa. You do think The Dark Knight Rises weirdly sidesteps every single thematic and dramatic quandary it presents? Yeah, I feel like The Dark Knight Rises might not be the fairest example, although I totally get why he's working with it because it's just to illustrate a point.
Idea stuck in my head for years now. See, right here he's talking about selling his gadgets to all the citizens of the world, devices that will put them on the same level as all the supers. Explain to me why this is a bad thing? Yeah, obviously some of them would be super unsafe, we wouldn't want 5-year-olds flying around in rocket boots, but some of them could have major positive impacts on society. These helicopter things could be a brand new fast way of getting around. His telekinetic hand ray could allow people with only one arm to carry larger and heavier objects, and whatever magic hair jelly invented to get his due to stay up like that could probably be used for some sort of greater purpose. But then Syndrome does a villainous chuckle right after, and nobody else brings it up as a good idea, which makes it seem like it's a bad thing. How is this guy evil again?
Murder.
Oh, yeah. See, Syndrome wants to destroy the very idea of supers until he's the only one left, and to do that, he's been killing all of them. But then, after he's done being a hero, he wants to sell his inventions to the citizens so that supers aren't special anymore. But it makes it seem like the only reason why this is a bad thing is that the supers won't be a special class of more powerful people anymore. That's a really weird message to send, you know? It's bad to bring up everyone to the level of this group of superpowered elites because then the elites won't feel special anymore. Is that what I'm supposed to take away from this? I love 98% of The Incredibles, but I hate this line because it opens up a barrel-sized can of worms that the movie does not take any time to unpack.
Okay, just to be clear, hate is a strong word. It's a cool line, don't get me wrong. I just think it damages the themes and message of the movie.
So I feel like this is kind of a broader Disneyification of morals in general, in that people who tend to have powers or are antagonists or are like good people tend to have good things happen to them by the virtue of their goodness rather than contending with the evils. So I think the implied moral framework is not everybody would behave responsibly had they had powers, and that's why him making his powers and giving it to everybody exemplifies him and his warped psyche, showing that not everybody is fit for having superhero level abilities. Although I would agree with the broader sentiment that that's kind of a messed up thing that doesn't really challenge the issue at hand here. He's also Ginger. You got him, Captini. And then Chadwick, welcome back in. So we are watching Debate and Switch. So this is just about stories in general, the trope that ruins stories.
Quite a bit. If this were at the start of the movie and other characters addressed it, it could make for a really interesting moral gray area where the villain of the movie is also inventing all sorts of machines that will help society. But no, it comes right near the end and nobody ever addresses it. So those are the three types of debate and switch, the three main reasons why writers will drop a moral gray area to make the conflict black and white. They want to...
So I think Syndrome selling his product to everybody is another example of capitalism bad. So it's not as though he's giving everybody his powers out of the goodness of his heart. It's that he has ulterior motives. He's still going to be the most special. And I think that's kind of the broader issue with Syndrome as a villain. But I digress.
Introduce a gray area to make their story cool or to sound smarter than it actually is, but they don't want to commit to the villains being right about some stuff. And before I go any further, do you want to get a gray area back? Well, if you hit that black and white subscribe button beneath the video, it'll introduce a brand new gray subscribe button, and will also help my channel a ton. Also leave a comment about a moral gray area you thought was handled really well or poorly.
Also, this just in. I have a Ko-fi now. It's basically a little place you can tip me if you enjoy my work. I'd really appreciate it, and it'd help keep me on this platform. Anyway, back to the video.
No discussion of this trope could be complete without Michael DiMartino and Brian Konietzko, aka the world's biggest fans of the debate and switch. These guys created Avatar: The Last Airbender and The Legend of Korra, aka one of the best shows of all time and its mediocre sequel series. They are also the only writers I have ever seen who have used this trope 6 entire times. One of them is with Amon, the most egregious example and the villain I've already talked about enough, but they did the same thing with 5 other conflicts over the course of only 2 shows. First, we should talk about Jet, since he's basically a blueprint for half the villains in the shows, including 4 of the other examples I'm about to bring up. In the first series, Jet is a well-intentioned extremist who is working as a vigilante fighting the Fire Nation. He's doing a lot of good things to protect the Earthbenders, but also attacks an old Fire Nation man. When people call him out on this, he says that the old man is not innocent because he's Fire Nation. While Jet is still in the wrong here, the situation is more complicated, since the Fire Nation civilians are living on Earth Kingdom land. The Fire Nation is trying to resettle the Earth Kingdom with Fire Nation people, and the old man is one of them. It's still wrong for Jet to hurt him, but the old man isn't exactly innocent. Plus, Jet has a ton of past trauma with the Fire Nation. His entire family was killed by the Rough Rhinos. It's pretty understandable that they would hate every single member of the Fire Nation. Jet isn't right, but he kind of has a point, and it makes total sense why he would act this way. And then Jet tries to flood a whole town so he can kill a handful of Fire Nation soldiers. This would work, but it would also kill way more Earth Kingdom civilians. The man just catapults himself off the slippery slope. Suddenly, this guy goes from being a well-written tragic antagonist who is taking out his righteous anger on the wrong people to a cartoon bad guy who will kill hundreds of innocents for revenge on innocent people.
For that one, I can kind of forgive it for Jet just being a little bit too young and not having the foresight to think things through completely. But I also don't remember that spot of the story extremely well to remember whether or not Jet knew that innocents would get caught in the crossfires. I'm assuming that he must have known that, or he was told that and ignored everyone else because of his blinding hatred for the Fire Nation. And I think that's probably supposed to be like the bigger moral takeaway that if you become blinded by hatred, other people can get hit in the crossfires. Phantom leaves, you're okay with the Incredibles thing? Because it's two-pronged. He'll kill all the natural supers while also killing the idea of being super. He did know at that point? Okay, thank you, Otaka. Appreciate that, and I'll welcome back in.
All 4 of the main villains in The Legend of Korra follow this pattern to some degree. I've already talked about Amon, so I'll skip him, but we also have Unalaq, Zahir, and Kuvira. Unalaq starts as a somewhat sympathetic character with a misguided goal of wanting to reunite the world with the spirits, but then it turns out he's actually an evil psychopath who wants to use a dark spirit to become a dark avatar and bring about 1,000 years of darkness.
Man, this is like the weakest thing. I was so disappointed that they went this route, and we didn't even get to see Ko, the face stealer.
Very dumb and not very interesting. Then there's Zahir. He's all about anarchism, but in a really...
Bro, like, the spirit realm in The Legend of Korra is like the rounded SpongeBob meme with no edges to it whatsoever, whereas, like, the spirit realm in The Last Airbender is like military SpongeBob buff.
Really stupid way where he doesn't think about the consequences of his actions. Unlike real anarchists, who would definitely have some sort of plan after killing a horrible despot like the Earth Queen, he doesn't have any ideas and opens up a massive power vacuum that a brutal warlord fills in the next season. I personally don't think anarchism is a good idea even if you do have a plan. Trying to maintain a society without a state is really hard, but it's at least worth talking about. Zahir makes a lot of good points that go completely unaddressed because the writers decided to make the villain who's supposed to be intimidating a complete moron. Same thing with him wanting to destroy the Avatar. He doesn't hate Korra, he just thinks that having a person born as a super cop who influences all world politics is a bit of a bad idea. The Avatar is basically a monarch with superpowers, which is insanely dangerous. Imagine if Aang had been born in the Fire Nation instead. He would have been indoctrinated into nationalism and the Fire Nation probably would have won. So Zahir wants...
That actually would be a pretty good basis for like an Avatar story, because maybe they all weren't stereotypically good, or I mean, obviously we see a lot of complications come up with the actions of the Avatars, with Roku leading into Sozin and Sozin's comment, and you know everything that followed that. But anyway.
To kill Korra while she's still in the Avatar state to end the cycle for good, and the writers make it so that the only way to do that is by poisoning her in the most aggressively violent way possible. Same with him killing the Earth Queen. It's this big spooky suffocation thing when in reality he's killing a comically evil authoritarian despot. Finally there's Kuvira. She's pretty controversial at the start of the season since she's a bit authoritarian but also pretty competent and the only person trying to rebuild the Earth Kingdom after the death of the Earth Queen. Plus the only other real option is Prince Wu, a comically incompetent whiny brat, and Kuvira correctly points out that going back to a monarchy would undo years of progress. So
so it's okay when we hate Kuzco, but it's not okay when we hate the Earth Kingdom guy whose name I don't remember already?
only 2 real options are a somewhat authoritarian but competent military leader and a lazy, whiny, bored prince. What do you do when there are no good options? Well, it turns out you go with the prince, since it's announced halfway through the season that Kuvira is building a super weapon and is putting people in camps. And it also turns out that the prince tries to make the Earth Kingdom a democracy by the end. So that whole
Yeah, I always felt like this jumped the shark in terms of needless complexity.
moral gray area fell apart. God, are these guys allergic to following through on nuanced villains? I know they can do it. They did it with Zuko. They just refuse to do it with anyone else. But we still have one more to go. The most famous example of a debate in Switch in this franchise is probably the ending of The Last Airbender. Our main character Aang is a pacifist, but right near the end of the show it becomes clear that he might have to kill the main antagonist. The only problem is by doing that he would be betraying not only his own principles but his Airbender culture, and as the only one who's still alive after the Fire Nation wiped the rest of them out, he feels a responsibility to defeat the Fire Lord without killing him. A large part of the last few episodes is devoted to literally everyone around Aang trying to convince him that he should kill the Fire Lord, and Aang trying to make them understand why he doesn't want to. It's incredibly engaging, one of the best moral conundrums ever written into a TV show. Then, in the last episode of the show, a big lion turtle, a creature we've never seen before, shows up and gives Aang energy bending, a power we've never heard of before. This Deus Ex lion turtle means now Aang can take Ozai's bending away permanently. The whole debate about the morality of killing the Fire Lord completely vanishes. And yeah, the ending is still awesome, with Aang proving the Fire Lord's might makes right ideology wrong and defeating him with the most important principle of the people that the Fire Nation nearly wiped out. Blah blah blah, it's amazing. But it also
I kind of strongly disagree with that. If anything, it proves Ozai right, because Aang has more might to put Ozai in his place. And honestly, there is no storytelling way, I think, which you can actually resolve the situation, because if you had the foolproof method to avoid violence and effectively silence your detractors without killing them, you would unlock the secret to world peace. And that's just not going to fly in, like, there's a void. You can't fill that up, unfortunately. Maybe you can. I doubt it. We've only had thousands of years to not get that answer yet. So Aang being given a Deus Ex Machina style power to take away Ozai's bending, I think is still kind of unsatisfactory in terms of getting retributive justice against the crimes that Ozai committed. But you could say because Ozai is so prideful, having lost his pride and joy, his bending, that is sufficient enough punishment plus whatever everybody else levies against him. I'm assuming they probably say like what happened to him in the comics and whatnot, but I certainly don't know just off the top of my head. If might makes right, you can't actually beat them. That's not true. You just beat them. You got to be stronger, bro. So honestly, like the whole answer to might makes right, and I think the thing which gets confused in a lot of storytelling mediums is that the whole might makes right is often reduced down to the individual level, which makes sense because you can only have so many characters, and it's more satisfactory to have the climax involve the main characters. But truthfully, might makes right comes down to cooperation and having groups of people band together to oppress other people so that they don't rise up and oppress everyone else unjustly. Like, that's kind of what society is. That's why there's police in every state and whatnot. It kind of sucks, but that is kind of what makes the world go round, because if somebody has enough might to oppress others and you don't have the might to withstand that oppression, you're going to get oppressed. So it's very important that way, if you have might, that you should also have the responsibility to use that power justly, because as soon as power is used unjustly, it becomes a problem for everybody, which is why cooperation is extremely important, because you can do so much more with the power of everyone working together than you can through division and breaking things apart. And it gives you a lot more resilience when you can rely on others as well. And so, not to pull the whole shonen, the real treasure is the friends we made along the way, but I mean, it kind of is. Like, that is the essential function of society, to extend beyond the individual, to come together for common causes for the benefit of all mankind, essentially. So Jason Saltry, welcome back in. You got Kazan? You loving the combat as it progresses? Hell yeah, that's awesome. You're totally fine. I mean, we talked about that yesterday. I'm glad to hear the update, unironically. Why do you drink from your bathroom sink? It's better than the toilet. Just ask my dog. Oh, yeah, that's true. Otto says Kazan is kind of more like Neo. Yeah, that's true. That's a good one. I tried Neo 1, and I couldn't really get into it, mostly because of the control schemes. I'm sure if I played on PC and could customize it a bit more, I would have played a bit more of it. But I tend to forget that Kazan is a lot more similar to Neo. I don't remember how integrated pairing was in that game, though. Anyway.
completely invalidated the single best moral gray area the show ever introduced. Like, what would have happened if the lion turtle had never shown up and Aang had to face Ozai without energy bending? What would he have done? We never get an answer, and that's a shame because it was the most interesting question the series ever posed. With that, you might be wondering what I mean when I say I want a resolution to these questions. Throughout this video, I've talked about how, even when the villain is worse than the hero, when a moral gray area is introduced, it needs to be dealt with. I kind of explained this earlier with the killing joke in The Emperor's New Groove, but I think it's time I actually delve into what I mean by resolving the moral gray area. Let's talk about Tai Lung. Tai Lung is the main villain of the animated movie Kung Fu Panda, which, in case you haven't seen it, is an absolute masterpiece. Seriously, everything from this film seems like it would be horrible from the outside, but I promise you, it is incredible, and it has one of the best villains in animation too. This is Tai Lung. He is the adopted son of Shifu, who is one of the greatest living Kung Fu masters. For all his childhood up until he became an adult, Shifu trained Tai Lung to become the Dragon Warrior, a legendary Kung Fu master who is worthy to read the Dragon Scroll. But when Tai Lung came forward to claim it, Oogway, the inventor of Kung Fu and Shifu's master, denied him the scroll, and Shifu sided with him. Oogway saw darkness in Tai Lung, and he was right, because after he was denied the scroll, Tai Lung went on a rampage before trying and failing to take the scroll from Oogway. So we're already getting a bit of a moral gray area, since Tai Lung was denied the thing he trained his whole life for, and Shifu sided with Oogway instead of him. Then, later, Tai Lung escapes. He's super intimidating, an absolute monster who single-handedly wrecks the Furious Five, and he's making his way to the Jade Palace to retrieve the scroll. Oogway passes on to the next life. Shifu trains the main character Po, and after proving his worth, Po gets the scroll. Turns out it's blank, and nobody thinks Po can defeat Tai Lung. So, in a moment of self-sacrifice, Shifu decides to hold off Tai Lung as best he can while everyone else escapes. And then we get the confrontation between Shifu and Tai Lung, aka the second best scene in the whole franchise. This absolutely incredible fight scene is one of the most heartbreaking things in any animated movie. Tai Lung is throwing himself at Shifu, brutally berating him the whole time. To paraphrase what he said, Shifu filled his head with dreams. He trained Tai Lung until his bones cracked. He denied Tai Lung everything he had been promised for his entire life, siding with his master over his own son. Tai Lung has a point. Shifu really did betray him, promising that he would become the greatest Kung Fu master to ever live, only to tear that away from him at the last minute. He has a right to be angry. Then, Tai Lung, noticing Oogway is gone, turns to Shifu, the new authority over the Dragon Scroll. Tai Lung tries threatening Shifu into giving him the scroll, but Shifu resists. Then, in this heartbreakingly, terrifyingly beautiful scene, Tai Lung lets it all out. Everything he ever did, all the training he went through was to make Shifu proud. Now all he wants is for Shifu to say he is. And here's the best part. Shifu does. He is proud of Tai Lung. He loves him. And to paraphrase some more, it was that pride that blinded him. Shifu defends his decision to side with Oogway, realizing that it was the right thing to do, but acknowledges that he shouldn't have filled Tai Lung's head with dreams only to deny them. He screwed up, and he's sorry. For a few seconds, Tai Lung's glare softens. He was not expecting Shifu to say that. Now, Shifu is offering a hand out to him, the chance to be forgiven and make up for what he did. But a moment later, Tai Lung's glare returns, and he swats the hand away. He still wants the scroll. Then Po comes in and he challenges Tai Lung, and it's a really fun fight that emphasizes the value of hard work and playing to your strengths, and it's really good too. Seriously, this whole thing between Shifu and Tai Lung is only one of this movie's 3 different incredibly thematically powerful plotlines, and all 3 are really good, but if I went on trying to explain the other 2, we'd be here for another half hour. Imagine how much worse this scene would be if, after being confronted with, "All I ever did, I did to make you proud," Shifu responded with, "You're really angry, Tai Lung. That means you don't deserve the scroll." All of
So yeah, part of the reason why I haven't stopped this or like had anything to say is because I actually haven't seen Kung Fu Panda, so I've learned more than I have ever learned about Kung Fu Panda from the last 3 minutes of this video.
the emotional weight would be gone. That was a terrible impression. Those were terrible impressions. I'm sorry. All of the powerful broken familial ties that make this scene so phenomenal would vanish. The fight between Shifu and Tai Lung does an incredible job at resolving this plot's moral gray area with a satisfying, true answer to the problem. Yes, Shifu was wrong to have filled Tai Lung's head with dreams, to have told him that he was going to be Dragon Warrior, only to deny him the scroll at the last second. He made Tai Lung feel like nothing, put him through hell for nothing. But that does not change the fact that a man as dangerous as Tai Lung should not have the powers of the Dragon Warrior. Shifu gave him the chance to stop being a dangerous monster, and Tai Lung threw it away. This is how you resolve a moral gray area. You actually make your characters flawed. For most of the first movie, Shifu was not a good person. He was a stern jerk who physically abused Po to try to get him to quit Kung Fu, but he grows so much throughout the story that when he acknowledges his past mistakes in the climax, it feels completely earned. Shifu tries his absolute hardest to reconcile with Tai Lung, but Tai Lung refuses. Now Shifu really is the good guy and Tai Lung is the villain. If Shifu didn't acknowledge his faults here, then when Po fought Tai Lung, we'd all be thinking about how he's actually the victim in this situation. But the writers resolved the gray area perfectly, and now that it's gone, we get a really awesome fight scene and can watch Po beat the crap out of Tai Lung afterward. No mixed feelings required. This is why Debate and Switch is bad, because we miss out on scenes like these that provide a satisfying conclusion to a plotline and causes character growth in one of our protagonists. Shifu versus Tai Lung took the moral gray area and put it on full display before completing two characters' arcs at the same time. Meanwhile, The Legend of Korra introduces ambiguity because it sounds cool, then throws it in the closet and hopes you forget about it while Unalaq turns into a big dumb kite monster. But you don't forget the ambiguity, because that was the
A big dumb kite monster. I was kind of disappointed with the forms of Rava and the other one. I can't remember their names. So anyway, Chadwick, because of Stella's typo with your name, Chad Sick, you replying, it's not the first time you've been called Chad_ick though, and then you said Chad Sick, Chad Lick, Chad Brick, Chad Nick, etc. I just stopped right here with Chad Ick. I was like, damn, you just got roasted by whoever originally called you Chad Ick. But apparently that wasn't amongst the list. So now you've got another one that you've called yourself.
the most interesting part of the story, and now it's gone. Just for fun, I'm going to go over a handful more examples of this trope that annoy me, and a few pieces of media that
I'm actually glad that they're going to go through a couple more examples. I was hoping that they would talk about how they would have preferred the resolution for Civil War or The Dark Knight Rises or something like that. Because it's kind of hard to, other than identify the problem, it's a different beast altogether to come up with a good solution, perhaps.
I think resolve the gray areas very well. Alright, let's get into it. Infinity War's Thanos is a famous example of this trope. He says everyone is suffering from overpopulation, but then takes the absolute most violent possible solution by killing half the universe. Not only is this a completely ridiculous thing to do for someone who supposedly wants to help everyone, but it's also a terrible solution to overpopulation, since due to Malthusian growth, everyone is going to start having more kids and will be stuck with the same problems in like 50 years maximum. I really wish they
So for anybody who doesn't know what Malthusian growth is, there was an economist, I think in the 1800s, called Thomas Malthus, who is most famous for coming up with the term, well, a term was kind of named after his economics of the Malthusian catastrophe. I'll go ahead and type that into chat. And then, hey, Jameson, welcome back into the stream. And Dehydrate, welcome back into the stream. So Thomas Malthus had some interesting ideas, although some kind of flawed premises surrounding them in the realm of economics. For some reason, he thought that population growth was exponential and agricultural growth was linear. So some people say that Malthus has been debunked in the later years because we've had more, not like literally exponential growth of agriculture and things like that, but we've used science and technologies to improve our yields of products and stuff like that. So they're like, oh, Malthus doesn't know what he's talking about. But I would actually say we're probably in the cusp of a Malthusian catastrophe right now that's prolonged by multiple tragedies of the commons, because we're just kind of more or less strip mining the earth for resources. I know, to get all like commie on you guys, but it's unironically true. Like the fourth largest lake in the world was completely depleted to the point that it's almost not even existent anymore. The Arrow Lake that was in not the Middle East, but would you call it the Near East? It's in like West Asia, but anyway, over by like Kazakhstan, but not Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. Anyway, and not only that, I am really fearful about how much we're overfishing the oceans. And the issue with the tragedy of the commons is that individuals, according to their own interests in maximizing their revenue, will continue to maximize their metaphorical mining of those resources. So if you're a fisherman and your livelihood depends on you fishing, it is in your own damn interest to fish as much fish as you can or are comfortable doing to maximize your profits. The issue with this is that if everybody is doing that, then you can very quickly deplete a commonly used resource like the ocean, although this is kind of more common in terms of like shepherding and keeping certain lands from being overgrazed by sheep and stuff like that. What was it called when you like would segregate territories to prevent some of this and people would ignore it? I can't remember, but this is actually like a pretty big historical problem that was kind of largely ignored with the Industrial Revolution. And the way that you're supposed to avert a tragedy of the commons is by regulatory forces. And now the issue with having a regulatory force over a common resource is that the ocean doesn't have a regulatory oversight committee that has enough fangs to actually forcibly regulate the issues of overfishing and things like that. So now we're returning to more industrial fishing. I know Egypt is actually using a lot of the desert to create like fish farms and stuff, surprisingly, and they are one of the largest not agricultural, but industrial producers of fish, as we know. And like China is starting to buy into the Egyptian fish producing market. So anyway, that was a really big tangent based off of one name. So in other words, Thanos is right, but he should have just doubled the size of the universe rather than shrinking it, the people in it at least. He's just justifying wanting to kill. I think you're right there, Stella. That's why he's the villain. Doomfist, welcome back in. The best solution for overpopulation is space travel. Hashtag Cowboy Bebop. See ya, Space Cowboy. Christopher Lighton, welcome into the stream. Thank you, enclosure that I'm talking about. Yes, that sounds right. So, okay. Anyway, Malthus is a big problem, and I think we're in the cusp of having a legitimate Malthusian catastrophe land at our doorstep. So enjoy yourselves with that foreknowledge.
It's stuck with the motivation from the comics where he wants to impress Lady Death because he has the hots for her. Pokemon Black and White, it brings up some really interesting ideas, but it kind of falls short too.
I never played Black and White, but I've heard good things about, I think Black and White. I actually have an unopened box of Black or White 2, one of the two. I'd never played it. I had it, but I didn't have time to play it when I got it, so I didn't.
This group called Team Plasma says that Pokemon may be unhappy being put in Pokeballs and then forced to battle each other, which, you know, is a pretty good point. But there's only one real advocate for that position, and all the others are only using it as an excuse to get rid of everyone else's Pokemon so they can take over the region. They kind of resolve it by having you prove to N that Pokemon can live side by side with trainers happily, but that's still only a can and doesn't take into account all the terrible people who catch Pokemon and then abuse them. Black and White is mostly a victim of the status quo in Switch, since if they actually did free all the Pokemon, it would kind of destroy the whole premise of the series. Here's an example of how to do it well. Dracula from Castlevania 2017. The local townspeople burned Dracula's wife at the stake for being a witch, and now he wants to destroy all of humanity. Dracula makes an amazing point about how any of the townspeople could have stood up to try to save Lisa, and how since none of them did, it means that humanity is morally corrupt. This reaction is understandable since 1, he's still grieving super deeply, 2, he sees most humans as lesser, and 3, yeah, they could have saved her. The eventual resolution is that while it's true that a lot of the people down in the town are terrible, not all of them are, and even the awful ones don't deserve to die in Dracula's quest for revenge. Another infuriating example of the
counterpoint, what is a man? A miserable pile of secrets. Or is it a miserable little pile of secrets? Damn it, I screwed up my own joke.
This trope is Daenerys from Game of Thrones. The whole story is about who will become the ruler of Westeros, the main continent. For most of the show, Daenerys has been going across the world freeing slaves and helping citizens, and while she's not always a good ruler, it's clear she's trying her best. Plus, she has the most direct claim to the throne of Westeros and 3 dragons, which could be really useful in stopping the upcoming apocalypse. Even though Jon Snow would probably make a better king, Dany presents some pretty good reasons for why she should rule instead. And then she goes crazy and burns down the whole capital for no reason. This was loosely set up, but only for a couple of episodes, and it really seemed like her arc was going to be about proving that she wasn't crazy like the rest of her family. But no.
I feel like that's low-hanging fruit because the only lingering amount of cultural relevance that Game of Thrones has anymore is about how wonderfully terrible it became to the point that it's no longer culturally relevant beyond this context. Also, hey guys, look, she's got spirals in her hair. She's Mikola. She's got the golden crucible. Anyway.
The moral gray area is gone because she's a nutjob who personally killed hundreds of thousands of people.
There's a role-playing game out there with a perfect example of a really, really painful gray area. It's maybe my favorite RPG of all time, right up there with Undertale, but unfortunately for me, it's also the single darkest game I've ever played, which makes it incredibly difficult to talk about.
Ooh, I wonder what he's going to bring up, or she. What they'll bring up. Yumeniki? I'm trying to think of something, but that I don't feel like it fits the trope so far. Anyway.
A very deep love for it, and each time I play through it, it is an absolute joy. But considering the ridiculously dark subject matter, I don't want to tackle it at all until I can ensure my audience will take what I say in good faith. So,
Morty? Oh, that could make sense. When was this made? Oh, only 10 days ago. Okay, that explains why it caught my interest recently.
Instead, I'm going to be hiding a hint in each of my upcoming videos as to which RPG I'm talking about. Feel free to guess in the comments.
My final example for a
Oh, that's weak.
story that resolved its gray area really well is Undertale. Flowey, this little unassuming yet murderously violent flower, is the main villain. Before you
Nah, this is Plants vs. Zombies.
showed up, Flowey basically got stuck in a time loop that he could control, where he could reset back to previous points through sheer force of will. Then you showed up, and because of your stronger willpower, now you can do it and he can't. Anyway, this constant resetting made him think that life is pointless and that nobody's actions really matter. And he's kind of got a point, since no matter what he does to other people, positive or negative, none of them will ever remember it when he resets them. It's a pretty grim outlook, but in this game's world, it's kind of true.
You could really see the Azrael and Toriel influences here, huh?
But in the good ending of the game, you teach him that even though everything can be reset, making people happy in the moment is still important, and it's more valuable to live a good life over and over again than to be sad and hopeless forever. Alright, that's it. If you hated the video, please hit the dislike button and leave a comment telling me how I can improve, and if you liked the video, well, it's up for you to decide what the right thing to do is. With all that said, thank you, goodbye, and I'll see you sometime in the future.
Alright, so Chungus Toad, welcome back in. Elden Ring's an adaptation of Catcher in the Rye. That's right, guys. Mikola just wants to stay on the cliff catching the children before they jump off of it in that gigantic wheat field. That's actually probably one of the funniest and maybe most on-point crap posts that I've heard so far about it. Undertale's kind of good, except it has that puzzle. I kind of had a feeling that that's what was going to happen with the puzzle. Anyway, like, I really do enjoy Undertale. Unfortunately, the fan base has ruined it, so I can't bring myself to want to check out Deltarune, but maybe when it all gets released with the Switch 2, who knows? It's going to come out, you know, the same day as Silksong, aka Never. Stella, you never played it? It sucks to be that guy, but I would recommend it. But I also don't want to over-recommend it, which I'm sure it already is. It's a very fun, silly little game, so if you enjoy fun, silly little things, I'd recommend it. But if you're not into that kind of stuff, I would say you could skip it. It's kind of like the gamer's version of Monty Python, in a way. Okay, so that was a pretty good video. I enjoyed it. A lot of examples to choose from, which I definitely appreciate there. So I've gone ahead and shared the Hayes' video with you guys in chat if you want to give them some support. So that was fun. All right, let's check out which Dark Souls ending is the darkest. Well, it's got to obviously be the one when the fire fades, because there's no more light, right?
When it comes on to ending,
Global, you played Undertale for the first time this year. It was pretty good, very cozy. It is very cozy. Very wholesome as well, until it's no longer wholesome, and then you deserve
endings
it.
in the Souls game, when it comes on to endings in the Souls games, a lot of stuff are left up to interpretation. We don't know what exactly happens during these endings, we just have a slight idea. Especially when it comes on to whether or not they're good or bad for the world. Now, because of this, I wanted to go over each of the Souls games' quote-unquote bad endings to see which is truly the worst.
I'm surprised to see Sekiro included in the video so far, so it seems more like the FromSoft Souls-like rather than the Dark Souls trilogy. Okay.
And by worst, I mean which one is truly the most messed up. Let's start with the first ending. To really understand why I'm not a big fan of the endings in Dark Souls 2, specifically the Leave the Throne ending, I need to explain how the choices work and what they mean for the story. Near the end of the game, where a character known as the Bearer of the Curse faces a decision: sit on the Throne of Want or leave it behind. If we decide to sit on the Throne of Want, it symbolizes a huge step. Our character essentially takes control of the fate of the world, meaning they would theoretically
It was one small step for man, one big seat for the Hallowed.
choose to link the first flame, keeping the Age of Fire going, or let it die out, bringing in an Age of Dark. However, the game never actually spells out which path our character takes. Instead, it leaves the choice up to our imagination and speculation, which can be frustrating for players who want a clear answer about what happens next. Not saying it's completely bad though. The other option is to simply turn around and leave the throne room. This choice might seem less dramatic at first, but it holds its own deeper meaning. By leaving the Throne of Want, the Bearer of the Curse is showing that they're not satisfied with just sitting on the throne and repeating the same cycle that's been going on for ages. Instead, they're choosing to leave in search of a true, permanent solution to the curse of the undead. A solution that hasn't been found despite the efforts of many who came before. While this sounds hopeful, it's still not a perfect ending. In fact, it's kind of disappointing when you consider the bigger picture. Sure, it seemed like the Bearer of the Curse is determined to find a real fix for the curse, but the reality is, as we see in Dark Souls 3, they don't succeed. The world
I think, he says, to be fair, the same thing can be said for the other ending options from DS1. Yeah, I was going to say, I think that ending for Dark Souls 2 is supposed to be the good ending, assuming that they weren't planning on having a sequel. So I think that's kind of the case for all three of the games, where Dark Souls 1 wasn't really intended to have a sequel, then Dark Souls 2 wasn't really intended to have a sequel, then Dark Souls 3 wasn't really intended to have a sequel, but then we got Elden Ring. Thanks, George.
The world of Dark Souls 3 is still haunted by the undead curse, even if it doesn't directly affect the main character of that game. This implies that whatever path our character took in Dark Souls 2, it didn't lead to any lasting change. The cycle is still here, the curse is still around, and the world is still stuck in the same endless loop of linking the flame, letting it fade, and trying to survive in the aftermath. So what's the real problem with these endings? For one, both choices feel a bit empty. Sitting on the Throne of Want gives our character power, but it's unclear how that power is used. Did they link the flame or choose darkness? We'll never know. And if they leave, while it may seem noble and ambitious, the fact that nothing changes in the next game make it feel like a dead-end choice. The ending of leaving the throne also carries a message of failure and frustration. The Bearer of the Curse wants to break the cycle, yet that doesn't happen. In Dark Souls 3, we still see that the curse still exists, and the Age of Fire and the Age of Dark continue the cycle one after another. So even if our character left with high hopes, they didn't succeed. It feels like a cycle of repeated attempts and repeated failures, which fits with the Dark Souls theme, but it doesn't provide much satisfaction. On the other hand, the fact that we don't know exactly what happened if we sit on the throne is also frustrating in a different way. The lack of clear outcome leaves the player in the dark with no real sense of closure. This choice has potential
Leaves them in the dark. I don't know if that was intended. It seems like it could be, but anyway, well played. So, Asenex, you're saying, while you love the games, each of the sequels hurt the game before it. I don't know. I think Dark Souls 3 does meaningfully enhance on the themes of Dark Souls 1, because Dark Souls 1 probably gets enhanced somewhat by learning that it becomes a cycle later on. Because it feels like the dark ending should be the canonical ending, I guess, perhaps, if you are more on the side of men. But then you kind of learn that maybe it's not so great. I mean, it kind of sounds like it's a case of tragedy no matter what you choose. So Anyway.
So because it implies power and control, but it also leaves everything unresolved. And since the game doesn't allow us to choose between an Age of Fire or an Age of Dark, the ending feels vague. But that's not necessarily a bad thing on the game's part, because throughout the whole game, different characters are trying to tell us that whatever option we choose, there's still always going to be a cycle regardless.
Alright, so what he asks, could I explain the Dung Eater ending again because you don't understand it in the video for it? I think like Dung Eater might be the most difficult one to understand, with the caveat that Gold Masks is also difficult to understand and a lot more arguable, I think, maybe perhaps the most argued of the endings. So with that being said, I'll caveat and preface things by saying my interpretation of the Dung Eater ending is that it's probably kind of analogous to Ronnie's ending in a way, in that by cursing everybody with the Omen curse, that'll kind of forcibly disattach them from the cycle of the Erdtree burial and rebirth, I guess, if that truly is a thing. At the very least, it's supposed to disconnect their souls from returning to the Erdtree. And we're essentially getting the syndrome ending of Elden Ring, where once everybody is cursed, nobody is cursed, as opposed to once nobody is a super, everyone's supers, or vice versa. Or everyone's a super, then no one's a super. Either way. Hey Mothgrab, welcome back in.
This ending is pretty simple to obtain. Basically, after going through the whole game, learning everything about the world of the hunters, and finding out that there are literally cosmic beings of high power walking among us, we still decide to let Gehrman kill us and forget everything we have ever learned and discovered, and we wake up back in the real world. Now this is a player's choice obviously, but I would like to think that some hunters years ago decided to go with this because they couldn't handle what they have learned, and this is probably the only option for them to forget everything, preventing themselves from going mad. This ending is bad because, well, you've learned and discovered a lot of new knowledge that simply forgetting them would be a waste. That's like waking up one morning discovering that there are alien beings roaming among us all along since the very beginning of time, and you just choose to ignore and forget it. But then again, knowing that there are literally beings beyond our comprehension roaming around would probably drive us mad, so it's most likely best to forget that. Ignore the example. But it's still a bad ending though. However, we're not done with
I was about to comment again, but he's got these conjunctions keeping it going, so I don't want to step on his toes if he makes the point that I want to make.
Bloodborne is yet, as there is another ending that's equally or even worse than the first one. This is
okay. So, well, I appreciate the argument that he's making there. I think in many ways you could say it's probably one of the more thematic endings, because to build on the point as though it's like waking up one day to find aliens, like set all that stuff aside, why continue the phrase after waking up? After waking up, you forget. What typically happens when people wake up? They forget their dreams. So if all of Bloodborne is supposed to be a dream, then in many ways I think it's kind of thematic that you might remember bits and pieces of it, like the little doll and saying hello to her, and then forget other pieces. So is it a bad ending? Maybe, but that kind of depends on, I think, one's interpretation of the third ending and whether or not that's good or bad for the player, or good or bad for humanity in general. So in some ways, one could make the argument that the second ending is just like, that technically, that would be like the surrender ending might actually be the best of them, depending on your own preference.
This is when you choose to refuse submitting your life, and then you have to fight Gehrman. Killing.
Oh yeah, and then Otoako, welcome back into the stream. It makes you laugh that this ending is the rarest of all of them by trophy stats. It doesn't surprise me, but I feel like when people do it, they might not be paying attention and might just be pressing X when they're talking to Gehrman.
This is when you choose to refuse submitting your life, and then you have to fight Gehrman. Killing him and then taking his place as a new host of the dream. Now, killing Gehrman is actually doing him a favor, since being the host of the nightmare is pretty much being locked in an eternal prison, helping and mentoring people for, well, eternity. This is actually way worse than the first one.
Those transitions, though. Wait. So he's not going into the moon presence at all? Nani? Or is he ranking them in order? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to what was on the thumbnails. I was just looking for more Bloodborne stuff. That's wild. Okay. I guess we'll just leave that there then.
To understand why Link in the Flame isn't the best option for the world of Dark Souls, we need to look at what the Age of Fire really means and why this cycle keeps repeating. In the Dark Souls games, the Age of Fire is a period filled with light, power, and prosperity for the gods and certain powerful beings, but with every passing cycle the fire weakens and an Age of Dark starts to creep in, which is a natural part of the world's flow. But the gods, Gwyn specifically, fear this Age of Dark because it could end their rule and change the world forever. In Dark Souls, when we link the first flame, it restarts the Age of Fire. This decision burns away our character's soul or humanity to become fuel for the flame. The flame grows stronger for a time, but it will eventually fade again, causing the whole cycle to repeat. Each time someone links the flame, they sacrifice themselves to buy more time for the Age of Fire. However, as time goes on, the effect of linking the flame becomes weaker and each new Age of Fire grows shorter than the last. One big reason why Link in the Flame isn't a good ending for the world is that it's not a real solution. Link in the Flame only keeps things going temporarily. It's like putting a band-aid over a wound that never heals. The world of Dark Souls is caught in a repeating loop, and every time the flame fades, someone else has to make the sacrifice. This never-ending cycle of linking the flame and restarting the Age of Fire traps the world in a pattern where nothing ever changes. This means there's no chance for real growth, evolution, or progress. Because the Age of Fire is held up by the gods, Link in the Flame mainly benefits them. They want the flame to keep going because it keeps their power intact and help them stay in control. The Age of Dark, by contrast, is more mysterious and the gods view it as dangerous. But just because it's unknown doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. An Age of Dark might allow humanity to flourish in new ways, or could create a natural balance without the gods ruling over everything. But they were so afraid of losing their power that they wouldn't allow this to happen. Instead, they manipulate people into thinking that the Age of Fire is the only way forward, which keeps the cycle going and protects their own interests.
I was muted that entire time. So it's okay because I was kind of distracted by my dog. I started talking and then he started barking in his sleep and I got distracted and then I commented on that. So now I'm commenting on it again to stall for more time. So anyway, what had happened was I was saying if I was to make like a bit of a metaphorical case for the fire in Dark Souls as well as a little bit of a literal one, fire can represent life and the gods choosing to prolong the Age of Fire could be an argument that they're trying to prolong an age of life, which is more or less what they say, even if it is kind of propaganda that's biased for them. Setting that aside, I wouldn't blame anybody in the Dark Souls universe for choosing to link the flame because they're led to believe in their false lives according to Vendrick and Uldia. And they're kind of imprisoned by that illusion of the life that they're given by the form of a hollow. And so even though they're of the dark is very scary. It's cannibalistic. It seems monstrous. So why the hell would you choose to elect everybody to be consumed by the monstrous dark? So that's why I personally don't blame them. We only have the benefit of hearing from the Firekeeper and having like no real stake in the continued existence of our world to judge these characters on, which is why I think Ludleth is a really good addition to Dark Souls 3 with his choice and whatnot. Hey, Halo of the Sun, welcome back in. The inevitable LP muting himself and not realizing it. It had been a while since I've done that. I had a really good track record and then I got distracted. RIP.
By linking the flame, where a character is sacrificing themselves for a world that's already been decaying for ages, as each cycle continues, the world becomes more and more broken. The land falls into ruin and people lose their mind and turn hollow, and suffering only increases. In this way, linking the flame is like trying to keep a dying kingdom alive, even though its people are already falling apart and hope is fading. The world is trapped in this decaying state, constantly on the edge of collapse, yet the fire is linked over and over again to keep things as they are. This isn't really helping anyone in the long run because it only postpones the inevitable end without solving deeper problems. The undead curse is also a major issue here. This curse is tied to the cycle of linking the flame. It's what keeps bringing characters like ours into the world, giving them an almost endless life until they go hollow. The curse was put in place to help find new way people would sacrifice themselves to keep the Age of Fire alive. So by linking the flame, we're also allowing the curse to continue, trapping more people in this life of suffering. They wander endlessly, slowly losing their minds and humanity until they're no longer even themselves. Linking the flame is all about preserving the status quo. It doesn't allow for new possibilities. By choosing to link the flame, we're stopping any chance for a new age to arise, which might bring a different, potentially better world. We never get to see the opportunity of what the Age of Dark might bring. It could bring freedom from the gods' control, allowing humanity to find its own way, or maybe it could lead to a different type of balance that would replace the constant state of decay the Age of Fire brought. By linking the flame, we're denying the world this chance and forcing it to repeat the same mistakes over and over again. Another reason why linking the flame isn't great is that the world of Dark Souls is falling apart more and more with each cycle. Lands merge, the environment becomes twisted, and time itself becomes distorted as the flame continues to weaken. We see this more clearly in Dark Souls
That's right, guys. Time itself is convoluted.
3, where it's clear that reality is bending and breaking. This endless cycle of fire and decay has torn the world apart so much that it barely makes sense anymore. Every time the flame is linked, it's like stretching a rope thinner and thinner until it's almost ready to snap. There's only so much the world can take before it falls apart entirely, and linking the flame might actually be speeding up this breakdown. In conclusion, while linking the flame might seem noble, it's really just a temporary fix. It doesn't bring any real hope or growth to the world. It only drags out the same cycle of suffering. The Age of Fire is slowly fading, the curse continues to trap people in lives of endless pain, and the world itself is coming undone. By choosing to link the flame, we're not helping to solve any of these problems, at least permanently.
So Pixie asks, they don't know much about Dark Souls lore, but doesn't fire bring disparity, so wouldn't the Age of Dark mean no fire, no disparity, therefore no life? Arguably, yes. Many people, for some reason, believe that there would be a legitimate Age of Dark that's like a contrast to the Age of Light, but I have always been of the position that to return to an Age of Darkness would mean a loss of disparity and therefore a kind of return to the Age of Ancients, although I guess you could call it the Age of Moderns if you want to be cheeky about it. So yeah, there's also some issues with translation with Koth making it sound like there has been an Age of Dark in the past, and some people believe there's been multiple Ages of Fire and Dark, and so they think like the disparity brought by the first flame was the first of many cycles of light and dark, and that disparity is kind of always in the world now, but I don't see it that way for what it's worth. And of course, people are free to disagree with me there. She's not Shura, or he's not Shura, whoops.
The Shura ending is one of the darkest in the Soulsborne series. Unlike other bad endings where the world falls apart due to fate or some weird cosmic horror shit, this one is completely personal. It's less about the world ending and more about you becoming a monster. To get this ending, you have to betray.
Alright, this cannot be the darkest ending of them all because it's got the very cool, calming Maiden in Black theme going in the background. It's very lulling. He's putting me at ease here. I don't know.
Kuro and side with Owl. Instead of staying loyal, you choose power and self-interest. What makes it worse is that this isn't some outside force corrupting you. It's literally a choice you make on your own. It's not like, you're getting corrupted by madness like the frenzied flame or whatnot. It's just pure selfishness. By taking this path, you lose all
I would disagree that it's pure selfishness. You could certainly argue that. It just depends on whether or not you think Sekiro's loyalty lies into his father who gave him the shinobi code, even though he's technically not a shinobi, or whether or not his loyalty should lie with his lord slash master in Kuro. And because Al gave ownership of Wolf to Kuro, then you could make the argument that maybe he should still kind of be like the original master and it's easier to follow him. This has kind of always been a trope of Japanese culture that I've disliked, in that the samurai class needs to act as tools for the wielders to use them for the purposes of their own political continuation. And there is a certain bit of a rationale to it, because a lot of it was based more on clan ties and everything like that, but I still kind of hate the muted sense of self in the pursuit of somebody else's goals, essentially. But that's a little bit beyond the topic, perhaps.
All humanity. The game even says warriors who fall into this state become Shura, people who exist only to kill. Ishin himself says Shura won't stop killing until there's nothing left. Instead of becoming a ruler, you instead become a beast consumed by violence. The final boss fight drives this home. Emma and Ishin, two of the most honorable characters in the game by the way, even stand against you. If these two, who are honorable and respect strength and warriors, see you as beyond saving, then you know you fucked up. And at the end you literally get nothing. You're just now a mindless killer, a powerful immortal one at that. The Shura ending isn't tragic because of an apocalypse or some grand event. It's tragic because Sekiro throws away everything he fought for and becomes the very thing he swore to destroy. And that's why I placed it here.
Like, where did he swear that he'd destroy anything like that? I feel like that's a little bit too long, but I mean, or too beyond the point, but
The Old One senses a new and powerful demon by its side. And
this part's a little bit loud.
The world will be engulfed by the deep fog.
In Demon Souls, the kingdom of Boletaria has been engulfed by a deep fog, filled with demons, trapping the souls of its inhabitants. We the player must navigate through 5 distinct worlds, each ruled by a powerful demon, and defeat them to access the Old One's lair. As the player progresses, they uncover the lore of Boletaria, learning about King Alon's quest for power and the consequences of awakening the Old One. Ultimately, our choices at the end determine the fate of Boletaria and its inhabitants, leading to multiple endings based on our actions throughout the game. Now let's talk about the endings. In the ending of Demon Souls, our character gets transported to the world below the Nexus with the help of the Maiden in Black. The Old One, which is the old primordial demon, wants us to bond with it, becoming its new host. However, when we go inside of it, we see the current host, King Alon, and let's just say he's not in the best shape. After killing him, we get 2 options. Option 1 being the good ending where we let the Old One sleep, or option 2, kill the Maiden in Black and become the new host of the Old One, which is, as you can guess, the bad ending. Option 1 would make the world free of demons and magic and return back to somewhat normal, while option 2 is the opposite. The world will still have magic and monsters, and this might cause the world to, end pretty soon. Now the endings, especially the bad one, doesn't go into more details or anything. It's kind of just that, which I'm not mad about or anything, but I do wish there was more to it, if you get what I mean.
Lord.
Yeah, so what do I have to say about Demon Souls endings? I feel like both are kind of bad, because you essentially go the full way of giving all the souls to the Old One, or only half of them, essentially. The Old One is Thanos. Damn, I never thought about that.
Or frenzied flame.
This isn't the darkest, it's literally one of the lightest. It's a flame. It emits light. This is one of the best. What's wrong with this guy?
I will seek you as far as you may travel, to deliver you what is yours.
And see, this is definitely the best ending for a gamer, because only in a video game would they have a pretty girl chase you for the rest of your days. That's never going to happen for a real gamer, so this is another reason why it's the best.
destined.
It's pretty lit,
The
exactly.
Age of Frenzied Flame ending is possibly the worst ending in Soulsborne history. It basically takes everything the player has fought for and reduces it to literally nothing. Other bad endings in the games usually leave something behind, if a ruined city or, dying world. But here, literally the whole world is burning with flames that not only destroys but drives anyone who comes in contact with it to insanity. In a previous video, I mentioned that some people were defending this ending, saying that it's necessary for the world since the world was, already bad to begin with, and it needs to be burnt away. Brother, what? Okay, as bad as the world of Elden Ring might be, it is nowhere near as bad to the point where the final thing it needs is to be destroyed. It's heavily implied that the lands between is just out of order, and with proper structure and restoring the Elden Ring, the world will be fine, or at least getting back to the state that it was, once was. Am I even saying that right? It's not like Dark Souls where you link the flame and nothing changes, except that you prolong the Age of Dark a bit more. No, the world of Elden Ring is a bit more optimistic. It's just that the Elden Ring was broken, hence why there's so many different ending options. Yet here you have the Frenzied Flame ending, which is literally one of the most blatantly bad endings FromSoft ever made. And look, I know some people theorize that with the Frenzied Flame burning everything away, the world will eventually reset. And my thing is,
See, this guy is just too short-sighted. He just cannot appreciate that all the other endings are bad in Elden Ring. So by having this ending to wipe them all away, this makes it by far the best ending of them all.
that I'm pretty sure that's not 100% guaranteed, you know what I mean? And even if it did, it still doesn't justify burning everything away because again, it's not like the world can't be fixed at all. Anyways, I'm rambling on a bit too much. Now to get this ending, you have to fully embrace the Frenzied Flame, which is a force that only wants to burn everything to ashes. It's not about ruling, rebuilding, or even reshaping the world into something new. It's just pure annihilation. The moment you accept the Three Fingers powers, you start to lose control of yourself and you become the vessel of the Frenzied Flame itself. One of the worst parts of this ending is how personal the consequences feel. Melina, who guided you throughout the entire journey, abandons you and even swears that she will kill you. That never happens in the other Soulsborne endings, except for the Shura ending. Usually there's some room for interpretation, some sense that maybe things aren't completely hopeless, but here the game makes it crystal clear that yeah, you're the villain. Even if you started your journey with noble intentions, in the end you're the one responsible for literally burning the entire world. Even the visuals of the ending shows what the world will look like during the state, a literal apocalyptic fiery wasteland. Even the earth
That's only temporary. And think about it. You were talking about how bad it is for Gwyn to be a beef jerky man for the rest of eternity. Well, look at what would happen to Torrent if we weren't around. Like, he would be stuck around as a spirit for the rest of eternity. That can't be good. That's stagnation. That's bad, right? This is why this is the superior ending. QED.
Spreadsheet itself is completely burnt away and destroyed. Other bad endings in the Souls games at least let you justify your choice. Linking the flame in Dark Souls might be pointless, but it keeps the world going on a little bit longer. The Shura ending in Sekiro is definitely awful, don't get me wrong, but it's just one man falling into madness. But this is the worst possible fate for the world of Elden Ring. Now that was my
See, Shura is the weaker ending because he just pops back up as Okina in Elden Ring. So, sorry, Jason. That's the issue that you got to deal with. If you think that the Shura ending is the best canonical ending for Sekiro, that just means that Sekiro himself pops up in the church on the giant mountaintops. So, Zafe, the scholar, welcome back into the stream. How you doing tonight? And 00083, welcome back in. Chadwick said, would you rather be consumed in a supernova or succumb to universal heat death? Supernova, for sure. Oh my god, bro. Heat death is... Can I help you? What are you doing? Hi. Heat death is, like, so mind-bogglingly long for how long it would take to happen. I think there's like a really good video on YouTube that talks about like how long the universe has existed so far and how infinitesimally small it is in comparison to how long it will take for like the heat death of the universe to happen. It's truly beyond words terrifying. we'd be all dead before heat death even happens. Not if we're in the spirit form, right? Who knows?
Pick
Hopefully
for
I
the
don't.
darkest Soulsborne ending. The closest one to it was the evil ending from Demon Souls, as becoming part of the old one will just doom the world with horrifying monsters. But the Frenzied Flame ending literally destroys the world as we know it, so yeah, that's why it takes the top spot. Now I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you have any agreements or disagreements with my placements, then feel free to leave a comment down below. Anyways, I hope you guys have a good one.
Oh, that was a little bit of an abrupt ending, but I guess we had some abrupt chapters as well. It would have been nice if he had them timestamped or listed or anything like that. But nonetheless, I thought that was an enjoyable video, one that's a little bit thought-provoking. I'm still baffled that he didn't bring up the moon presence. Anyway, I've gone ahead and shared Arcade K17's video with you guys in the chat. I'm curious to see what all else they made in their channel. I think I just opened up 2 tabs. Which Souls villain is the most evil? Ranking all first Berker Kazan bosses from easiest to hardest. Kazan isn't banger, but let's see what all else they have. Are Souls likes getting worse? The harsh truth. This sounds fun. Maybe also I'll just sub. Seems fun. Get some controversial takes in there. Okay, so let's go ahead and check out the next video on the list tonight. We're probably not going to get all of them, so I'm assuming Phantom Leaves might be the last one for tonight. So what is Elden Ring's biggest secret? Do we have any guessers in the chat for the biggest secret? Maybe the statue underneath the thing? Well, I guess the Shadow Realms is a really big secret, so maybe that. The furtive moon presence so easily forgotten. I know. That's why it's nameless. Everyone forgot its name. Velka is the Gek. That secret got exposed already. So, alright. Sounds like Valathor 117 has their work cut out for them. Is this a new video? This came out 3 weeks ago, so relatively new, yes.
What if a game didn't just challenge your skills, but also made you reflect on the choices that define you? I didn't know it at the time, but when I first started this game, I had stepped into something unique. A journey unlike any other I had experienced before. Something vast, overwhelming. The world offered no clear direction, no guiding hand, only uncertainty.
No clear direction? There's literally a compass right here.
And the distant glow of the Erd tree on the horizon. And yet, I couldn't shake a feeling of familiarity that permeated my wanderings through the lands between. Elden Ring is more than just a game. As a lowly tarnished, from shaky beginnings to an inevitable end, Elden Ring mirrors life's journey, where hardship fosters growth, choices shape identity, and every step forward carries the weight of who we've become. From the aimless uncertainty of youth to the inevitability of our final chapter, this is Elden Ring, the journey of a lifetime. Before you even have the opportunity to set foot in the lands between, you are faced with an important decision. Who are you going to be? What class will you pick?
This is getting a little bit too vanilla.
Entire journey.
Part 1, beginnings.
It's no accident that the player wakes up in the Chapel of Anticipation. That is where many find themselves in adolescence, full of dreams, goals, optimism, and anticipation for what the wide world has to offer. You may have some notion of what to expect, perhaps even having played previous From Software titles. It's terrifying. It's to kill you.
Alright. Enough of the fluff.
The Grafted Scion is meant to kill you, to teach you that failure is a vital part of the journey. It is a brutal introduction to the lands between, much like the first time you are thrust into the adult world and realize that, despite all your preparation, you still don't have all the answers. You wake up in the stranded graveyard where...
Did anybody ever think that they'd get all the answers when they became an adult? I don't think I ever really felt that way. I probably have a bit of Peter Pan syndrome where I never wanted to grow up because growing up sucks, because that means you stop playing video games unless you become a streamer, content creator, right? Forehead. So anyway, that's not too relevant. I was just curious. Asterix said, lol, no. Zayf said we didn't have any preparation before the Scion. I mean, this is a lot of like fluffy purple prose text. I'm trying to zoom on by. Weddy, are you bouncing from the stream or are you saying, screw this video? I can't tell. D said, adulthood is about being thrown into the ringer to work. Yeah, that's probably more fair. It's getting prepped to go into the meat grinder. Unless you're a Nepo baby. In which case, good for you. I hate you. Have to leave? Okay, Weddy, thanks for joining. Halo, you always thought adults were full of it. As an adult, you've only become more sure of that? Oh yeah, same here. Stella said you didn't expect to have all the answers, but you didn't think you were expecting the sheer amount of bullcrap involved. Yeah. I feel like you probably knew to some extent since you seem to be very anti-natalistic, at least for yourself. So I kind of like, well, I would like having children. I would hate the reality of it. I like the idea of having children. I would just hate my life having to deal with children and have my life no longer be my own, but essentially my children's life. So, well aware of the sacrifices that would have to come along with that. Anyway, let's go back to the video.
You're given a choice. Descend into the cave of knowledge and learn the fundamentals, or step straight into the unknown. If you choose to listen, to learn from mentors and those with experience, you may enter adulthood with a more nuanced understanding of the world. If not, if you skip the lessons and charge on ahead, you may find yourself stumbling, struggling through hardships you might have been prepared for had you taken the time to listen. And then, after those first few steps, you are met with the beauty of Limgrave.
Zay, if you think I'd be an awesome dad for what it's worth, you only say that because you hear my dad jokes. Nah. I mean, I would probably enjoy a lot of aspects of fatherhood, but like I said, I definitely know the sacrifices that would come along with it. I've said this story on stream before, but I was also a bit of a rapscallion as a child, and my mom always tried to taunt me, and she's like, I hope you have a kid that was just like you. And then that was always like her trump card to me for years to play against me when she just wanted to, I don't know, not like really dig at me, but just, you know, to say that I was a hard kid for her to have to raise. And then I finally came up with the perfect comeback, was like, oh yeah, if I have a kid that's just like me, I'll just bring him over to you. So if I was, you know, that much of a jerk the first time around, she could have some second helpings. All right, here we go.
A vast open world bathed in golden light. Here everything feels possible. The rolling hills, the promise of adventure. For a moment, it seems welcoming. Maybe even forgiving. But Limgrave is not as kind as it appears. That tree sentinel in the distance, a harsh reminder that just because the world is open to you does not mean it's ready to embrace you. Limgrave is a tutorial, but it does not hold your hand. It tempts you to explore, to push forward, while punishing overconfidence at every turn. This is the illusion of early adulthood. The moment where you think, I've got this, only to be blindsided by reality. And soon, you realize this world does not care about your expectations.
I feel like this guy would have really liked the wyvern that destroys you in Dark Souls 1 when you defeat the Taurus demon.
The warmth of Limgrave gives way to storms, swamps, and battlefields littered with the remnants of those who came before you. There is no script, no predetermined path to success. Much like life, Elden Ring does not reward you for simply
Damn, he got one tapped. I didn't realize a heal hit that hard that early.
existing within it.
He wasn't
It
at full
demands
health, but he
something from
almost.
you. Effort, resilience, the willingness to learn from failure, because no matter which path you take, hardship will come. The question is, how will you face it?
Part 2, hardship.
Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition. Someone must...
Wait, does it make that noise that loudly? Did he add that in post? What? Gotta look this up for myself. Margit. Well, how come it seemed... Okay, I'm tripping, y'all. It just seemed so extra there for... I have no reason why. It just seemed so crazy to me right then. I don't know.
Extinguish thy flame. Let it be Margit the Fell.
Margit the Fell Omen is a swift reminder of when life first punched you in the teeth.
Speak for yourself.
He isn't just difficult, he's demoralizing. Initially, he is an insurmountable obstacle. Many of the tactics you've relied on up to this point, especially spamming the dodge button, do not work here. Everything you try seems to get you killed. Again, and again, and again.
Meanwhile, I have a problem with exploration, so I one-shot Margit, and then I vowed to never summon a Spirit Ash, because it made the fight too trivial. I think I was only using the jellyfish, though. But still, I was disappointed that I one-shot him.
Put these foolish ambitions to rest.
But if it's any fair, I spent probably over 150 attempts to kill the Grafted Scion and the first Tree Sentinel, because, I don't know, like, the flow of combat in Elden Ring did not feel very good to me, and it still doesn't, to be honest. Like, it feels a little bit like there's too much lag for the delays. I like Bloodborne's combat a lot better. I like, even DS3 feels smoother to me in terms of like the actual pressing of the buttons than Elden Ring, although Dark Souls 3 does have a problem with like some command inputs being queued. But yeah, anyway.
This phrase feels like he is addressing you, the player, taunting you to walk away, to throw up your hands and admit defeat. In the end, you are left with 3 options. First, you can take his words to heart. When difficulty arises, it can be easy to doubt yourself. A struggle that can permeate your whole existence if you let it. You can take a good long look at the obstacles standing in your way, set down your controller, and give up. Second, you can recognize that this too is a valuable lesson. You can take these failures as an indication that you are heading in the wrong direction, at least for the moment.
Halo, you got by the Elemer of the Briar. He is a tough one. He definitely messed me up. He can show up extremely early in 1.0 in Stormvale Castle, and he is legitimately so many orders of magnitude more difficult than both Godric and Margit. It's kind of wild. He's like, it's like fighting the not Volcano Manor, the Shaded Castle Elemer at like level 20. He's just there for some reason. Drops a perfume bottle.
Gathering yourself and moving on to something you are better prepared to face, or at least that will better prepare you to handle this situation in the future.
You thought you mastered Elemer, then you fought the one in Kaled. That one do be hitting pretty hard. The I almost called it a wheelbarrow. The dragon barrow is pretty high leveled for like almost no reason.
Is never a bad call. Chances are you haven't explored all of Limgrave yet, or all that life has to offer. If you feel like you have...
wait, what was that? Or all that life has to offer? I'm still working on that. Give me time.
In the future is never a bad call. Chances are you haven't explored all of Limgrave yet, or all that life has to offer. If you feel like you have, well, there's still the Weeping Peninsula. If you're observant, you could reach Liurnia. If you're a masochist, you could even tackle Caelid. But all of these will culminate in runes gathered. Weapon.
Yeah, so the first time that I went through the game, I went through most of Limgrave, then I hit up Weeping Peninsula, cleared out Castle Morn, then... Well, actually, no, that's a lie. So I went through a big chunk of Limgrave, then I met Blythe, and then he talked about the blacksmith, and I was like, okay, sweet, I want to upgrade my weapon. So then I beelined it up to Liurnia, and then I went back down to Weeping Peninsula, a little bit of Caelid, and then I was like, okay, I'm going to go back to Limgrave and finally do Stormvale, because I feel like I'm going a little bit too far off out of the way, and I'm just kind of ready to see what's going on over there since I've kind of explored everything around it. So then I went to Stormvale. That's why I one-shot Margit and Godric, and then proceeded back through Liurnia and then Caelid and whatnot.
Discovered, spells learned, and most importantly, experience gained. Taking a break from Margit is fine. Next time, you will be ready. Lastly, you can...
Oh no, Chadwick, you wish you had fond memories of Elden Ring? Your gamer group really ruined it for you? That sucks. Yeah, so for me, like, Elden Ring is probably one of the best first played game experiences that I've had in years at this point. For me, it's almost like a 9 out of 10. I think a 9 is a little bit too high because there are some flaws with the presentation of Elden Ring, but honestly, like, Elden Ring was one of the very few games where I was legitimately excited and thinking, like, imagining like what was going to be over the next hill even when I wasn't playing it. And I can't even really remember the last game that got me that way before Elden Ring. I feel so damn old and jaded. I don't know. But yeah, Zafe, I also went into the Celia Crystal Tunnel extremely early with like the, Jagan Ruins, and just stepping out into Caelid, I was so unbelievably excited because that was not what I was expecting coming out of that tunnel. I was legitimately wondering if we got sent to like another world, almost like Phantasy Star style. I wish, like, unironically though.
Recognize that this insurmountable boss has patterns, weaknesses you can exploit. You can conquer this hardship through perseverance and adaptation. Failure is not the end, it is the beginning. If we pay attention, each defeat can teach us something new. Losing 100 times to the same boss sounds horrible in a vacuum, but 100 lessons learned? That is valuable. If we take these last two responses, taking a break to learn in other ways, and learning by doing, failing, and persevering, we find that each defeat, each hardship can reveal something new. Life itself mirrors this through the struggles that force us to learn and grow. Many players quit at Margit, just as many give up on difficult endeavors in life. Only by continuing to press ahead do we ever truly progress.
Yeah, I guess now that I think about it, I kind of envy how much different somebody's experience must be playing Elden Ring as their first Souls-like. Because Margit is a hell of a larger wall boss than any other one in a FromSoft game, arguably other than Genichiro. But having Margit kind of be somebody's Taurus demon is pretty wild to me. couldn't imagine how much better that would feel to beat Margit as opposed to the damn Taurus demon or something. Hey, Robbie, nice to see you again. And then Corn, welcome back into the stream. The one thing Mania has certainly learned is that she's Millennia, the Blade of Mikola. Ain't that the truth? She really messed me up in my playthrough against her. My build was not optimized to fight her in any way because I wasn't using enough of a great sword to keep her stagger locked. And I was way too slow to effectively deal with water paladins and whatnot.
The rune system in Elden Ring is unique.
And then El Gusto, welcome back in.
Representing both currency and experience points for your character. Losing all your runes in frequent character deaths can feel devastating. Hours of progress seemingly wiped away in an instant. But is it really gone? The truth is, while this game punishes reckless mistakes, it never truly takes everything from you. The experience you gained, the muscle memory you developed, the strategies you refined, all of that remains, even if the numbers on your screen might say otherwise. Life setbacks often feel the same way. Losing a job, failing an exam, or watching a dream slip through your fingers can seem like an irreversible loss. But just like in Elden Ring, failure does not erase the lessons learned along the way. The knowledge, resilience, and skills you gained through the struggles stay with you, even when the rewards seem momentarily out of reach. Growth is rarely visible in the moment, but keep pushing forward, and eventually you'll realize just how far you've come.
Yeah, so as problematic as Thomas Edison, of all people, really is, he has a really good quote that I don't remember word for word, where it's like, rather than looking at him failing to make a light bulb so many times, he said something to the effect of, I've learned 100 ways how to not make a light bulb, and that's kind of inspiring in its own way.
Death and rune.
Oh no, Corn, you watched The Wizard in theaters? That's amazing. That's the greatest game reveal commercial ever. Mario Brothers 3 is my favorite of that franchise. The hype for Mario 3 was totally legit. Oh man. I think probably the closest experience that I could have to that was seeing the Pokemon, the first movie in theaters, and having like the Burger King Mighty Kids meal to go with it, which had the Pokemon toys in it. So it was just a huge craze.
In Elden Ring.
You remember the Burger King ad campaign for Mario 3? Oh, hell yeah. I had like the little Popper Mario, the Tanuki one. It's like on a spring with like a suction cup at the bottom. I can't remember. I don't know what it's actually called, but that was cool. Yeah, the Tanuki one. Stella, you remember where your ancient Mew card is? Or you just remember it? Okay. Look at us all going down memory lane.
Ring also illustrate the importance of reclaiming what is lost. Just as there are chances to recover your dropped runes, so too can real-life failures present opportunities for redemption and recovery. This game rewards perseverance. Much like life, consistent effort leads to tangible growth, whether in stats, skills, or your own personal development. In that moment, a setback can feel like a total loss, but growth is rarely linear. Each failure, each mistake, each lesson learned is an unseen investment in the future version of yourself, the one who eventually overcomes what once seemed impossible. Not all struggles in life are thrust upon us. Some we seek out, drawn to challenge for the sake of proving something to ourselves. Nowhere is this more evident than in the battle against Millennia, Blade of Mikola. Unlike Margit,
what do you mean this is thrust upon you? She's literally optional.
Who stands as a roadblock to progression, Millennia is hidden deep within that.
All right, maybe I zoned out because it was a little bit too generic.
Upon us.
Not all struggles. Okay, I misheard or did not hear the nods.
We seek out.
Okay.
Drawn to challenge for the sake of proving something to ourselves. Nowhere is this more evident than in the battle against Malenia, Blade of Mikola. Unlike Margit, who stands as a roadblock to progression, Malenia is hidden deep within the Halig Tree, an area itself difficult to find. She is entirely optional, not required to complete the game, yet countless players choose to face her nonetheless. The echoes of the Margit fight resonate here, but magnified tenfold. Malenia's swift, relentless attacks demand mastery of mechanics learned throughout the game. She punishes hesitation, forcing players to refine their skills, adapt, and push beyond their limits. This is hardship at its purest, self-imposed, grueling, and yet deeply rewarding. The rewards for defeating Malenia are both literal and intangible. In-game, players receive her Great Rune and the ability to wield her legendary Hand of Malenia. But the true value is the sense of achievement. The knowledge that one has conquered one of the game's greatest challenges. It's the same satisfaction found in real-life pursuits, whether climbing a mountain, mastering a craft, or pushing past self-imposed barriers. We do not always seek the easiest road, for sometimes the struggle itself is the prize.
Part 3, the choices that define us.
From Limgrave to the mountaintops, through golden cities and rotting wastelands, Elden Ring allows you to carve your own path. No two players have the same exact experience. Some will rush to Stormvale Castle, others will wander. Some will seek power, others will test their limits with minimal resources. The beauty of Elden Ring lies in its openness, its refusal to dictate a singular route to victory. Every Tarnished approaches the game differently. Some wield massive greatswords, relying on sheer strength to cleave through their adversaries, while others favor intelligence, using sorcery to assail foes from afar. Some embrace faith, drawing power from devotion, while others trust only in their dexterity and skill. These builds reflect real-world identity and individuality. People develop different strengths and approaches to overcoming life's challenges, whether through intellect, resilience, or faith in something greater than themselves. And yet, change is always possible. Elden Ring allows players to respec, reallocating their stats to adapt to new playstyles. This mirrors the...
Jason, your build is optimized, not optimized for the Promised Consort? You felt like you had to start the whole game from scratch? Got some bad news for you, bro. Very, very few builds are quote-unquote optimized for the Promised Consort. I feel like that one is like one of the worst balanced fights in the game. Pre-nerf, post-nerf, even still, like it's not a fun fight for me personally. D and Dehydrate, you wish you being smart in real life could make you shoot magic? I don't know, man. Have you studied enough? Maybe you just haven't studied hard enough. Oto says, the thing about all those builds is the sheer amount of levels spellcasters need to compare to strength. Yeah, they have to focus on a lot of things to get their ducks in a row, whereas strength is just unga bunga. Zay said, what was this video titled again? What is Elden Ring's biggest secret? I'm kind of annoyed, to be honest, which is probably why I've also been stopping it so often.
Real-world journey of self-reinvention. Just as a warrior may choose to become a scholar, so too can people reinvent themselves when past choices no longer serve them. Growth is not only inevitable, it is necessary. Our actions impact others in ways that we may not foresee. Life is not a solitary endeavor, and neither is the journey through the lands between. Along the way, we encounter mentors, allies, and rivals, each leaving their mark on our path. Rani, the enigmatic lunar princess, offers a destiny entwined with cosmic mystery, while Melina serves as a steadfast companion, urging us towards purpose. Alexander, the great warrior jar, inspires perseverance in the face of adversity. These figures reflect the real-world relationships that guide and challenge us, from the mentors that shape our growth to the friends who walk beside us. However, not everyone we meet has good intentions. Patches, ever the trickster, reminds us to be wary of deception while Celavis, with his sinister schemes, exemplifies manipulation and selfish ambition.
D&D Hydrate, you're hoping it's the journey as the biggest secret? I mean, seems like a pretty well-known secret at this point. I'm getting really tired of this video. I'm trying to be a good sport. But anyway, Captini had a funny comment that made me think of this. He said, chat doesn't know that I'm the Elden Lord, and it just made me think of this meme. They don't know the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. So this is Captini.
Just as in life, not everyone is trustworthy, and learning whom to rely on is a crucial skill.
Okay, I'm going to give him plus 2 points back in the video editing process because he said whom properly. All right, he's back in my good graces officially.
Some NPCs thrive because of our kindness. Roderica finds her purpose as a spirit tuner. Bach gains newfound confidence. Others are left to their fates, illustrating that our choices extend beyond ourselves and shape the world around us. In the end, who do we choose to lift up, to walk alongside? And who do we leave behind?
Part 4, The Inevitable End.
No matter which path we take, no matter how we choose to grow, all roads in the lands between lead to an inevitable conclusion. Whether through fire, betrayal, or ascension, every tarnished must face the final choice. Just as in life, where every journey ultimately meets its end, Elden Ring forces us to reckon with the nature of endings. The question is not whether the journey ends, but how we choose to face it. From the moment players step into the lands between, the Erdtree looms over them. A radiant beacon of purpose, yet also an inescapable fate. It represents destiny, order, and tradition, guiding some while suffocating others. Some tarnished seek to restore its golden glory, while others wish to burn it down and forge a new path. This reminds me of the views individuals take to their own purpose in their own lives. Some cling to established beliefs and traditions, while others seek to dismantle and redefine them, and yet others search for a path in between, creating something that can marry the values of the old with the perspective of the new. However, purpose is rarely simple, and neither is the Erdtree. It is both a guiding light and an imposing monolith, offering hope while also enforcing a rigid structure upon the world. Some find solace in its glow, while others feel trapped beneath its boughs, struggling against the weight of predestination. The struggle to define one's own path in the face of overwhelming destiny is a conflict that lies at the heart of the Tarnished's journey, much like the search for meaning in life itself. As players reach the end of their journey, they find Leyndell reduced to ash, an entire city smothered in the consequences of their actions. Whether intended or not, the choices made throughout the game shape the world's final state. This serves as a stark reminder that even well-intentioned pursuits can lead to unforeseen devastation, a reflection of the way our decisions, no matter how noble, can carry weight beyond our own understanding. Regardless of the individual path taken, every Tarnished must make a final decision. Elden Ring offers multiple endings, each reflecting a different personal philosophy. Some seek to repair what was broken, choosing the Age of Fracture to maintain the world's traditions. Some prefer to enforce the historic status quo, restricting all in the name of the Age of Order. Others accept that all things must fade, embracing the Age of the Duskborn, where death is no longer feared but understood as part of the cycle. For those who embrace chaos, the Lord of Frenzied Flame ending offers total destruction, a rejection of order in favor of unrestrained ruin. And for those who wish to forge something anew, the Age of Stars offers escape and reinvention, a path untethered from the Erd Tree's influence. And also there's the Dung Eater ending. Not my choice, but you do you. But what does it mean to truly succeed? Some would argue that power is the ultimate reward, while others seek peace, knowledge, or simple freedom. The multiple endings of Elden Ring illustrate that success and failure are subjective. Each choice defines the legacy the Tarnished leaves behind, just as in our lives, where every person must determine what they wish to leave in their wake. In the end, Elden Ring doesn't tell us which path is right. It merely presents the choices and asks, what kind of journey will you take? And when the end comes, what legacy will you leave behind?
Zafe, you're going to need a comparison for what I said in the chat. If I did that, I'd get demonetized. I see what you're really after.
Elden Ring, like life, is defined by the choices made along the way. While I have spent this time drawing metaphor and allegory between this game and reality, at its core, Elden Ring is just that. A game. Your life is not. Your story does not end with a throne and a mending rune. All our stories share the same final chapter. They end. But the meaning of that story, what you build, who you become, and what you leave behind is yours to decide. There is no singular path through the maze of life, no predetermined destiny beyond the one you carve for yourself. The chapters of your past are already written, unchangeable, and you know how the story ends. But the pages between now and that final breath, they are still blank. What will you leave behind? Who will you become? Your next chapter has already begun. So
this sounds like a commercial for frickin' Zombocom.
So where does your story go from here?
I kind of hate this video, not gonna lie. I'm not gonna go so far as to dislike it. This seems like it's probably one of their early channel videos. So he's got 3 videos. This is his first video. That's fine. I kind of got those vibes. I really don't have anything against Valathor. I think for like a video essay type thing going, it's perfectly fine for what it is. It's just a little bit too basic for me. It sounds like a lot of meaningless platitudes, because I'm an old, jaded man at heart who's hates the youth and their journeys and their optimism for the future, even though we know the ending of the story, apparently. So the meaning is what you make of it. I'm not going to like it because I don't like it, but I also don't actually dislike it. It's just not for me is essentially what I'm struggling to get at. And Zafe is saying that he enjoyed the narration. Yeah, I think it was a well put together video, especially for a very first video. But I'm just not the target audience, I guess. I got debated by the title. So anyway, I've gone ahead and shared Valathor's video with you guys in the chat if you want to give them some support, because I am an unrepentant hater. And so, indecisive. I'm pretty decisive, but that's kind of a lie. I'm more impulsive than decisive, I guess. I'm assertive. That's it. All right, so Zafe debated me in the chat because he brought up the Majula theme and whatnot. He said, cue Majula theme, and I'm like, hey guys, I'm actually a hater of Majula theme. If this video doesn't exist, I should make it. Anyway. Let's do this. Guys, what's the title for the Evanescence song that I'm thinking of? Oh, damn it. I thought it was their most popular one. They're way more popular than I thought. I mean, I knew they were popular. They have 1 billion views? That is a B. This is... Oh, it's a... No, they have another 1.5 billion views on another video? Holy crap, bros. That's what I get for being a hater. It's Bring Me to Life? Okay. Or am I immortal? It looks like I'm about to learn with y'all. This is it. Yes, yes, bring me to life. So I always think that the Majulith theme sounds too much like this song to me. It reminds me of this song. Even if it's going to be different, it just reminds me of it, and I hate this song, so that's why I don't like the Majulith theme. So... $200,000 of the views are Captani's. So yeah, that much just pretty reminds me of this. It's obviously different, but it just reminds me of it. And I just don't like her voice here. It's like very nasally and kind of whiny to me. The song is way older than 2015. Oh yeah, but that's when it was first uploaded, 2012. Or did somebody say 2015 is strong in this live? Oh, probably because of all the references we're talking about. It's way more similar than you ever would have thought. Okay, at least I'm not crazy for thinking that, even though everybody hates me for being crazy. That's fine. All right, so let's go back to the playlist. All right. So next we have Phantom Leaves in the chats video with what even is the Scadutree, the Divine Trees Part 1, Elden Ring lore theory. So I myself do not know what the Scadutree is. I have some thoughts. We've talked about it on streams before. It seems like it could be the remnant of the Erd Tree, for better or worse, which is a little bit baffling because we're kind of told that they were created at the same time based off of the trailer with Leda, but anyway... Here we go, Phantom Leaves. I hope you enjoyed that transition. Song of Lament. Spoiler warning, guys.
Shrouded in mystery, the Scadutree looms high above the land of shadow. Little is officially stated by in-game text about its nature, aside from the ambiguous phrase, the Scadutree is the shadow of the Erd Tree.
Duh. Everybody knows that.
Since there is so little spoken about the Scadutree, I have seen many interpretations derived from environmental and context clues about what it is, when it came about, and what its purpose is within the land of shadow. Many of these seem reasonable. Many are rife with contradictions, so I want to set the record straight, or at least provide my own theory, on the Scadutree and its relation to the Erd Tree, the history of the lands between, and of course, the primordial crucible.
All right, Phantom Leaves, I think that's a pretty good intro. Just one little bit of a note. And I've had my own struggles with this exact same problem as well, which is why I'm going to bring it up. Although I think objectively the actual sound balance is fine, with the Song of Lament specifically using the woman's voice to carry it all, it's heavy in the mid-range, which is also where the natural speaking voice rests. So it'd probably be good to lower that a couple more decibel when you have stuff like that. If you're to contrast that to something like the Divine Tower theme, which is just all bass and very little treble here and there, you can have that at a much higher volume technically, and it's not going to conflict with the sound of your voice. But for some people, especially non-native English speakers, it can be a little bit difficult separating the voice that you and I have from the Song of Lament there.
It is my belief, based on the facts that are about to follow, that the Scadutree is the Erd Tree. Now, there's a lot to cover here, but before we dive in, let me illustrate what I mean. The Scadutree has two trunks. This linear...
Oh, this isn't fair. Now you know he's a real lore theorist if he's bringing out the GIMP. Or is this Photoshop? I don't know the difference.
One is the trunk of the original Erd Tree. The second trunk, which coils around the first, that is a sealing tree of the same stock as the sealing tree that enshrouds Inir Illim. Together, they make the Scadutree. Well, so then what is the golden tree that towers above the lands between? Well, that would be an idealized, spiritual manifestation of the Erd Tree. You could say the persona of the Erd Tree. One part of a tree that was divided in two. I'm refraining from using the term illusory since that implies that it's not real. It is very much real. It's just
This sounds like somebody who's watched my lore videos, or more specifically my streams, huh?
Just not the entire Erdtree. When in Leyndell, the Erdtree appears solid all the way through. And when approaching the Elden Throne, we find that the portion of it that we can actually interact with is made of wood. But when viewed from a certain distance, the trunk of the Erdtree becomes transparent. I thought this was universally accepted, but I once started a debate for pointing this out, with some individuals claiming that this was just developer oversight.
Some individuals, huh?
Since I guess there's a location in Caelid where you can trigger the Erdtree into toggling between its transparent and solid state. I can concede that the lack of a smooth transition is an oversight, but the transparency itself is 100% intentional. Look at the map. Its base is transparent on the hand-drawn map of the same section of the trunk that is transparent in the overworld. So what? They just forgot to add the correct shaders to the most prominent and eye-catching object of the game, the central focus of our adventure and the overall narrative, and then they included this mistake when drawing the map? Shame, shame from software, your laziness betrays you. No, this tells us that canonically, the closer you are to the Erdtree, the more solid it appears. So what of the corporeal portion? Well, that's all that remains of the original Erdtree. The stump. I'm not gonna.
So yeah, I think we had this discussion on the Discord before, and my take, I think at the time, might have been something along the lines of, even if you see the stuff underneath where the Erdtree is, it's not as though like the Erdtree. I guess I could pull up the map for comparison as well. And you already had it up. This folder. Map. This folder, this image, like the Erdtree isn't actually all this far south when you compare it to the Elden Throne. Like, this isn't actually to scale, which would be one reason why it could look this way. I think it's too easy to say, like, this doesn't work, because I know we went into the finer details about them. Like, bro, that's because the map's fragmented. That's why you don't really see it there. But then you were pointing out, like, to these topographical features more so than anything else. So I think that's just supposed to represent partly, like, what is covered, like, what's actually there. Damn it, how do I articulate this thought? Okay, nobody said it in chat. If anything, I would say that the Erdtree... Actually, wait, I could edit this, can't I? Let's do it this way from my folder. You want a paint program? This is a paint program. Damn it. If anything, I would say... Actually, let's do the freeform. The tree form. I would say that the Erdtree should be placed like here. Because it's not as though like the canopy of the Erdtree just like stops there. So I think part of it is just the natural topography of the map itself. And so it's still trying to show what's actually there underneath it. And there might be remnants of that with other land features. Maybe not. No, we do have the Fair Mizzulan relics in other parts of the map. Hey, look, the river goes underneath that tree. So that might be a little bit of an unfair and very pedantic thing to bring up, but that's why I don't really take the argument too seriously one way or the other. I definitely see why people think one thing over the other, but I don't really think that this is as big a deal as other people make out, and I don't think you do either.
I'm gonna bog down this video debating this, but if you still insist that the Erdtree is not spiritual or illusory, stop the video now and check out my pinned comment below for more evidence.
Ooh, okay. So The other thing that I was going to bring up, if you didn't, would be that if it's an illusory tree, as in an illusion, then why does it turn into real ash? Oh, you got a banger of one. Let's make this bigger for us. Shh. Yeah, I guess I'll read this now. Let me hydrate first, actually. Zafe says, does it necessarily have to be 100% one or the other? No, it doesn't have to be 100% one or the other. And I think it's probably a little bit of both. But I don't know if you're aware of it, but there's definitely a segment of the lore community at large which are insistent that the Erd Tree does not physically exist there, and then it's all an illusion based off of what Bach says about it. And I think another character, they seem to imply that only those with grace can see the Erd Tree or something like that. So Phantom Leaves in his big old comment says, first off, I respect everyone's interpretations, and since this deep into the lore everything is speculative to some degree, many interpretations are valid. It's just a game after all, but here's a breakdown of the debate regarding the Erd Tree's transparency. This Reddit comment from a now deleted Redditor that sums it up pretty well. There's a fair chance that it is illusory, and from the evidence I've seen, I think it is an illusion. I'm not sure how far through the game you are, but there's also a golden illusory boss enemy who may be in the same state, capable of interacting with the world, but still not real. Here's some evidence for the yes side. Transparency is visible from many locations across the game. It is depicted in a transparent form in the opening cinematic as well in some of the artworks you'll find throughout the Roundtable Hold. Use your lantern in Fia's room and you'll find one version of this artwork that focuses on the transparent base. So I should have the paintings saved here. So you want the one in Fia's room specifically? Wait, this is the wrong folder. Oh. This is the Fia room painting, once I bring it over here. I think, and if it's not this one... No, this one isn't Fia's room. But even if you want to say the other one... like this. Although, this one has always bothered me. Damn it, I haven't really thought about this painting since Shadow of the Erd Tree. This is even more problematic now, perhaps. Unless... is that Rao? Maybe. Anyway. This is probably arguably the most translucent the Erd Tree looks, but I also think this could just be an artist rendition of something that didn't actually transpire. It's ephemeral, but not an illusion? Perhaps. Zafe, you always thought it was both? Stella says, fully real, fully an illusion. Alright. The golden seed describes the trees at its base as illusory, which look just like the Erd Tree. The matured minor Erd Tree show that glowing gold isn't the normal state for the Erd Tree, further suggesting this gold is an illusion. We find some of the illusory trees that have matured more at the minor Erd Tree church just outside the capital. They are young but golden and reminiscent of the Erd Tree itself. The main arguments against it are visual bug. I don't really want to go through that. LOD model / render distance restrictions. It's kind of the same thing. The transparency disappears when you use the telescope, blah, blah, blah. To add to this comment, some people have pointed out that if you free camp to the top of the Erd Tree, you can find that corporeal branches exist up here. So boom, case closed, right? Check Zoli the Witch's video to see for yourself. Well, no, I still don't think so, because these people are conveniently ignoring the clearly unfinished cylinder of the golden trunk awkwardly rising above these branches. We are not supposed to see this part of the Erd Tree. This woody corporeal part is only rendered when the developers want to eliminate the transparency and add some detail. FreeCam is a useful tool, but we can break the game in innumerable ways with it, and discretion must be adhered to when using it to understand the lore. So, about that, I think the Shadow of the Erdtree stuff kind of has the same imagery going on with the Scadutree, which I don't know how you feel about that. So you kind of get like the silvery wispy stuff at the top of it. This is not the best angle of the Scadutree. Let me go to my actual footage. And then I'll use the Erdtree thing as a comparison. I don't know how far I go in here. Okay, like this stuff up here is kind of what it looks like with the real Erdtree as well. They've got some like silvery stuff. Finished. And I'm not doing this to either agree or disagree with Phantom Leaves as much as I am trying to give you all as much context as possible. I could tell this is the HDR footage. Wait, it should be fine with VLC, I think. I've got so much Erdtree footage, holy crap. Did I label this with silver at all? So it'd be even above this that you'd be able to see it. So I kind of agree that I don't think most people are normally going to be able to see it in the game, and I have conflicting feelings about that as well. So this did not show it off as well as I would hope. You still can't really see it. But I don't think the actual trunk part continues up all the way up to the very, very top for what it's worth. I know I have this footage somewhere. Or if not footage, maybe it's actually just a screenshot. Wait, can you see it from the mountaintops? Not super well. All right. It's like kind of through there. Anyway, that just kind of illustrates Phantom Leaves' point there in the comment. Let me check with the chat. D said, seeing people analyze this from a technical perspective is wild. It's like staring at brushstrokes with a microscope. I mean, that is kind of what it is. Like, it's kind of unironically video game archaeology. I'm just throwing more evidence into the case to be used as people see fit, essentially, yeah. So even if people disagree with me, that's fine. I just prefer that everybody has as much information as possible to reach their conclusions. Yeah, I would agree with Stella that incorporeal is probably the better word. Pixie says, how is that a solid tree? It just clearly isn't to you. So again, I think the easiest example for me to say that the Erdtree is real is when it burns. I mean, this one definitely looks a lot more transparent, but it's a real tree. Like, these parts are definitely like more actual wood branch. So it seems like the gold part might be metaphysical, but it's certainly a real tree. So the issue with like illusory could imply that it doesn't exist, whereas like incorporeal just means that it's not a physical tree. And so it's really a pedantic argument, but some people take the illusory part perhaps a little bit too strongly on the literal side there. Zay said, let's complicate things further and bring up that the Erdtree can't be properly viewed from Dominula despite its close proximity. Yeah, because it's always cloudy there, right? It's going to bother me that I haven't shown off the top of the Erdtree because it's really cool. I'm going to check out my other folder real quick. I found it. I knew I labeled it with silver. I was just in the wrong folder. So this is the top of the Erdtree, as you can see. The big main portion does continue on, but you've got more wooden type structures, branches, less gold ones, and it's got these weird silver veins that run through it, which I have no idea why. Would be really curious to know why they went through the effort of putting this on here, especially since players are realistically not going to see this at all. It's not pedantic. It's a significant difference. So, I mean, that is still part of pedantry. It's, or more semantics, I suppose, but we're being pedantic about semantics. So here we go. Let's go back in.
This was all relevant, and we'll come back to it later. I would be remiss for not mentioning the first burning of the Erdtree, since that is the most popular explanation for the Erdtree being in its spectral state.
Hey.
This theory, accepted by many as canon, was first put forward by Tarnished Archaeologists, and they created a very compelling argument that this happened. They postulate that this happened during the Shattering, which, if true, is pretty likely. Though, to be honest, I'm not completely...
Wait. If it's true, it's pretty likely? I'm sorry, that's funny.
...sold on the idea. In any case, the shift from the Erdtree bestowing blessings to the Erdtree being an object of faith happened before the Shattering, from my interpretation, and so that's why I do not subscribe to the idea that this burning is what made the Erdtree spectral. After all, we can burn the Erdtree just fine. Well, anyways, let's get back to the topic at hand. During Godfrey's reign, blessed golden sap would drip endlessly from the boughs of the Erdtree. But this age quickly came to a close, and the Erdtree became an object of faith. This is reflected in the change in the incantation seals that represent the Erdtree, moving from the chaotic depiction of the ancient Erdtree incantations to the more refined, symbolic design of the standard Erdtree seal. This time period neatly aligns with the most likely range for when the Land of Shadow was veiled, after Godfrey's banishment, but before Radagon's betrayal of Renala.
So I appreciate the quotes there. I think it would also help illustrate your points if you put the source of what you're quoting, essentially. Because not everybody is super familiar with the item descriptions, and some people just take what lore tubers say at the word as true. So that's kind of why I like to impress upon the videos that I watch that it's nice if you can source something, or even if it just like says source and you don't have the full quote, because it can get a little bit cluttered visually. I totally understand that as well. But yeah. Hey, Impact Player, welcome on in. How you doing tonight? So Chadwick said he just wants to have a draw-along stream. I mean, I'm enjoying it. It might be a little bit too distracting for somebody like me who may or may not have ADHD. Who's like, ooh, colors, they're moving. And yeah. So Doomfist brought up an interesting point and asked, is the spirit grave real? We can use it for crafting despite it being incorporeal. So there's a difference between what I would say is real versus incorporeal, because I would say within the context of a like fantasy-based video game, having something that exists incorporeally is a quote-unquote real thing, but there, like, as far as the English word illusory goes, some people can interpret it to mean illusion as in not real or completely fake or fabricated. And that's kind of where I'm going to draw our attention to. A smoking stream would be pleasant, maybe for you.
Relana took part in the crusade. And wouldn't you know, the linear trunk of the Scadutree bleeds golden sap in abundance. In her eloquent video, the Erdtree is a tree of memories. Nameless Singer postulates that runes are memories and that the Erd Tree is the summation of all memories in the lands between. This is why remembrances are hewn into the Erd Tree. Well, it follows that the Scadutree is also a tree of memories, as we can find shadow runes and remembrances from the land of shadow are hewn into the Scadutree. And lastly, we have the avatars. I still see people referring to an avatar as a guardian, creation, or individual entity. An avatar is literally the entity it refers to. It is a Sanskrit word meaning descent, as in descending to earth. Jesus is an avatar of Yahweh, because he is literally God made flesh. The numerous avatars of Vishnu are literally Vishnu walking the earth. America is the latest avatar of the Greater Will. Literally, the Greater Will come down to the lands between itself, at least according to my interpretation. And the Scadutree avatar and the Erd Tree avatars are the trees themselves. When preparing for its
I totally appreciate the semantic rant there. I think one reason why people would say that they're guardians is because we're told that the avatars protect minor Erd trees. And granted, avatars is plural in the English, whereas it's a little bit, I mean, contextually, it's pretty clear that they'd be avatars of the minor Erd trees. Anyway. Where else does Avatar show up? Golden Slam. Skill of... Okay, that's the same thing. Staff of the Avatar. It's the same text. Kashintachi. So there's definitely multiple ones, which I don't think is really all that important. Chungus Toad, you don't distinguish much between the physical and spiritual in Elden Ring, considering they mutually affect each other, and it's easier to treat these aspects as one category of reality. It seems silly, but you don't care? I mean, that's fine. As long as we all are like on the same page of what we're talking about, so we don't talk past each other. That's a really big thing with like the discussions of terminology and stuff like that. We need a mythological arborist to opine. We do. Shoot, at this point, I think all of us in the chat probably are to a degree.
Nuclear laser blast attack, the Scadutree avatar.
I'm gonna back it up a little bit.
America is the latest avatar of the Greater Will. Literally, the Greater Will come down to the lands between itself, at least according to my interpretation. And the Scadutree avatar and the Erd Tree avatars are the trees themselves. When preparing for its nuclear laser blast attack, the Scadutree avatar strikes a pose identical to the twisting trunk of the Scadutree, and its body is composed of 2 intertwining stems. Well, what form does the Erd Tree avatar take? Why, a tree stump, of course. So, if you're still with me, the next logical question would be, why was a part of the Erd Tree hidden away? Well, to banish the primordial crucible.
The veiling of the primordial crucible.
So
on that note, I have a lot of ideas about the plants and plant life in general. It's long bothered me why we have 2 varieties of sunflowers. We have the tarnished golden sunflowers, obviously, and then the normal golden sunflowers. It had been my opinion for a very long time that the tarnished golden sunflowers were from like the earlier part of Godfrey's reign, and that the Erd Tree probably had a significant transformation, and the Radagon's Erd Tree came into being later, and the sunflowers closest to the new Erd Tree probably received its blessings, essentially, which is why you only have the truly golden ones near Altus Plateau. But of course, that's a really big headcanon thought. But I think that idea could coincide with the whole sunflower dichotomy. If you want to say the Scadutree is part of the old Erd Tree, in that maybe the older Erd Tree was more sunflower-like. I think you could probably build that case even further with the weird flower thingy that the Crucible sculpture statue thing is holding on to, if you know what I'm talking about, like the gold one that you can see in the Round Table Hold, Lanedell, the Lanedell Highway going to Rea Lucaria, etc. Okay, let's go back in.
you likely already know, the Crucible of Life, also called the Primordial Crucible, is the original form of the Erd Tree.
Hey, there we go with the source.
Also called the Primordial Crucible, is the original form of the Erd Tree. Marika and her people were subjugated by a culture who venerated the Primordial Crucible. When she became a god, she channeled the power of this energy and created the Erd Tree, establishing a new order for the world where the chaotic crucible was channeled into a more orderly and contained form. But the crucible would not be restrained so easily. By the time Godfrey and the Tarnished were banished, the curse of the Omen had already progressed far enough that it affected Marika's own progeny. Hundreds of horned children and crucible-touched creatures like the Misbegotten were springing up all across the Golden Empire. The pot was boiling over. With the Erd Tree's greatest enemies defeated and the lands between entirely under Marika's thumb, it was finally time to enact her revenge on the Hornsent.
And yeah, I think that's a good point to bring up, the progeny being influenced by the Crucible to some degree. It still bothers me that Godwyn was somehow immune to it, question mark. At least on the first story trailer, he wasn't a fishman. So was he Crucible touched? And if not, why not? Was he just born later? Was he born first before everybody was touched by Crucible stuff? I do not know entirely. But I think with the DLC stuff, we might have a better argument to be made that he was born later. But I don't know, because the whole Omen stuff is just very strange. I'm trying to wonder. I know we had Living Jar Cletus's video, which talks about Godwyn not being Godfrey's son. I mean, it could be, but it's very clearly implied that he is of the golden lineage. So I wonder if Marika as Radagon could have gone to Liurnia, then come back and had Godwyn. Or Fudge guys, maybe they were in separate bodies. I don't know, because like the issue goes then, regardless, if you think the Crucible was sealed with Radagon's stepping up as Elden Lord, that kind of steps on the toes of Godwyn coming later in the timeline. If you want to imply that the reason he isn't Crucible touched is because the Crucible was sealed at that point, it's very vexing. Elda said, why does Godwyn have to be a mutant? You don't get the point. So that's a good question. I should probably explain it a little bit more clearly, which, to take a page out of Phantom Leaves' book, let's go ahead and pull up our handy dandy paint tool. Where is my cursor? It's over there. Okay. We're just going to use red for simple Crucible imagery. And then, of course, yellow. So if we say the dividing line between them is Radagon plus Marika, this also means essentially that Godfrey gets got and gets gone. So if the Crucible existed during Godfrey's time, essentially, then you'd get the Omen twins. Let's just say Omen. Omens, Misbegottens, and the golden lineage. Golden lineage. So where does Godwyn fit? If he is part of Godfrey's progeny and the Crucible was influencing everything, then why is he not mutated? Was there something done? I mean, he doesn't have to be a mutant. You're right there. But the question becomes, like, if everybody else is mutated, why is he the exception if he's a child of America? Granted, we might also have potentially Melina and Mesmer to look at if you don't think that they're children of Radagon, which it is arguable. I know most people do think that, but it's also possible that they're older than the Carians, so are they a Radagon-America pairing, or are they America-Godfrey pairing, or are they like America-Glowmite Queen pairing, or America plus other pairing? Are they America split off Millicent style to Millennia? Anyway, hopefully that's a little bit clearer, and if you have more questions, let me know. This is gigantic because it's in 4K right now. Chungus, you don't think he's a mutant? You're saying he's a literal dragon that can change to a human form like the other characters. I would be fine with that, although I wish we had more tangible connections between America and the Serpent, as well as America and dragons to flesh that out more in my mind. Chungus thinks Godwin is a sea dragon, that his death revealed his true form. Okay. You think the Omen twins are like that because of the curse? So the thing is, they aren't really cursed by the horn scent. Because the crusade has to happen after the Carian times. So I guess you could make the argument that... Hold on, where is it? That the Omens and the Misbegotten could have come later in the timeline as a kind of response of the Crucible energies being stifled. That might work better than I initially thought, actually. Let me consider this a bit more. Huh. I don't know. I just don't like the thematics of Morgoth and Moog being younger than the Carian children. But there really is nothing that outright contradicts it as far as I'm aware. Are we doing X-Man chat? Not exactly. Manier says Godwin is correlated to Balder in Norse mythology. The perfect child that meets a horrible fate from the hand of a brother. Yeah, he is very Balder-coded for sure. Is Godwin older or younger than the Omen twins, or the same age? It's not said. It's said that Godfrey and his descendants were the first demigods and the golden lineage, essentially. But with Godwin being of the golden, it's definitely got firstborn vibes, or perhaps youngest born of Godfrey's children. So it's woefully inconclusive. Mania says, if we take the timeline, the Crucible was already banished by the time of Karya, taking the symbols used for magic protection miracle. I see. If you want to use the sigils specifically, because we have Golden Order, or wait, not Golden Order. What do you call it? The Erdtree Faith. I don't think that works out. Hold on, let me pull it up. Barrier of Gold. Let's... Wait, is it not on here? Oh, I think I have to click a different table. All right, so Barrier of Gold uses the more Erdtree worship incantation sigil, whereas the Crucible stuff uses ancient Erdtree. So that could be an indicator of a potential change in the environment. That's true. However, that could be a part when the sap stopped flowing, as opposed to the difference what I would put with Radagon being Golden Order fundamentalism. So let me say G-O-F. W for worship. And A for ancient. God. My penmanship. Anyway, that's good enough. So we don't know what is going on between these two epochs, unfortunately. But I do appreciate that thought, to be sure. I might need to play with that one a bit more, to be honest. Morgott also calls Godric the Golden. Godric calls himself that, and I think Morgott is just doing that because he hates him and disdains him, and so he's probably a little bit sarcastic about it. But at the very least, if Godric is of the Golden Bough and he's closer to Godwyn, yeah, so like, why wouldn't Morgott be the Golden other than the whole Omen thing? He is still the Grace given. It's also really weird that Moog is not given Grace. And they're twins, though. This is kind of why my vibe check says Godwyn is probably the oldest, at least of those children, but I don't know, man. Messimer still really messes with things, too. Messimer messes. You say Godwyn's perfect because he's a golden lineage of dragons who defended the Erdtree. He welcomes the tree. That's your first thought from visuals and the old crone. Well, it's really weird because people can become more draconic. So he might not have needed to even start out as a more dragon-type character, Godwyn. But it also feels like his friendship with the dragons is supposed to be a bigger deal, which makes me think that it's an uncommon thing for men to be friends with dragons, which makes it more likely to me that he's more of a man than a dragon. You think I'm full of beans right now? Did you just call me full beans? I've gone cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm more of a Cocoa Pebbles fan than Cocoa Puffs. And more than Cocoa Pebbles, I enjoy Fruity Pebbles. Godric could just be a fraud. Well, he is a descendant of the Golden lineage, but I think there's more resemblances between Godric and Godwyn than the Carians, or Godric and the Carians, or Godwyn and the Carians. Elda said, why would Moog be given grace? That makes no sense. Morgott was rewarded grace because of his fidelity to the Erdtree, even at the cost of his own life. I guess that's a good question. When was Morgott given grace? I'm going to look up some Morgott text real quick. Because I was just assuming that it was given to him very early on. The Lord of Grace. I think I know why. All right, guys, this is going to be an extremely dissatisfying answer, but hear me out. And I apologize. I think the reason why Morgott might have been grace given is because in earlier drafts of the story, he was referred to as Elden Lord. Oh, wait. Okay. I've got an idea. Zafe, you might be able to follow along with this. This is the cut Shaneheit dialogue, so obviously take this with a huge grain of salt. But in 1.0, when you look at Morgott's robe, I'll pull that description up as well. When you pull up 1.0, it says robe worn by Morgott, the Elden Lord. So I don't know if he was actually planned to be Elden Lord. I'm really skeptical on that point. But looking back at I Could Be Granted Audience with Morgott, Lord of Grace, that's pretty straightforward. I wonder if, because Grace is kind of synonymous with the Elden Ring and the Erdtree, if they took Shukfuku, which means blessing, essentially grace, for what it became localized as, to mean the Lord of Grace, and they just called him Elden Lord by accident in 1.0. So, my other thought that I kind of rescinded before I fully unleashed it to the detriment of the chat would be maybe the reason why he was the grace-given Lord is because he was meant to be Elden Lord at one point, or like the pseudo-Elden Lord. Yeah, I guess there's nothing that says when Morgott got his grace or when Stella got her groove back. Wait, was the cursed blood that Morgott recanted and sealed away reformed into this blade? So is it later then? He recanted. Why did he recant the blood? Anyway, what are you guys saying? Don't forget Godefroy? No, he's the furtive pygmy. He's easily forgotten. Moog's an apostate. Why would he be given gold? When did he become an apostate? Maybe it's the Kung Fu Panda allegory all over again. The reason why he's an apostate is because he was never given gold. Impact Player says, oh, right, Godric calls a dragon a true heir. Heir to what? Is the golden lineage Godwin plus dragons? Oh, yeah, that's probably why people get messed up. So I don't think like the Japanese makes a perfect case for this. Trueborn. So when he says, mighty dragon, thou art a trueborn heir, it's more like together we will become descendants, Mr. Dragon. But the way that I interpret it, at least from the Japanese, is it's like, okay, together we will become descendants, Dragon. With your power, surely I will rise to greater heights. Yo. Zo. So I think the reason why the dragon is going to be regarded as a trueborn heir is because he's becoming integrated into Godric, but with their power together, they will both be raised, essentially. Although I will want to reconsider some thoughts about like why Godric venerates dragons somewhat, other than the whole ancient dragon warriors, whatever they're called, ancient dragon knights. Anyway, I'm done with this for now. What a huge tangent to get off of here. Hey Kyle, welcome back in. If Godwin was around when the Crucible wasn't seen as bad, could he have been a divine warrior of dragons? Maybe. I mean, it would be really nice if we saw more dragon or draconic inclusion between the Erdtree's forces as well as the Hornsent. Your wild theory was Godwin was first, then, well, Godfrey was away on war, America cheated, and number 1. I think your message got cut off. Mesmer and his sister got this title strumpet. In Elden Ring, Fair Missoula is the dragon's eyrie. It's a truth-seeking location like the ancient Dragonheart mechanic seeks truth in trees. A little bit, yeah, I think that's a pretty good comparison. Yes, Zafe. I could just copy the text for you. Where is it? Here you go, sir. Because Godric is LARPing as Godwin. I don't think he's LARPing as Godwin. Well, actually, he might be, because he wants to be the Lord of all that is golden. And Prince Lorien himself is in chat. Welcome into the chat, man. Hello, girl. What are you doing? Oh, no. We got the invasion going on. You heard a really good argument one time saying that Godwin was Godfrey's, but not Marika's. Okay. You don't remember the details, but it was pretty convincing. That'd be interesting, because if that's the case, it could imply that Godwin became a demigod through Godfrey's marriage, perhaps like how the Carian children became demigods. That is actually very interesting, and I'm surprised I haven't thought of that. But then, of course, that brings up the question of who Godwin's parents were. Or are. Hold on, little girl. Zoink Scoob, where were we at? Manier thinks Godric is trying to copy Godwin and Godfrey. I agree. Both using an axe and being the friend of dragons in his sick way. Perhaps. I really like the way that Godric and... Damn it. How Godfrey and Godwin both grafted a bunch of tarnished onto themselves. The way that Godric did as well. Elda says, Godric feels like he should be the inheritor of Godwin's glory because no one else is around to inherit it, and he may even be a child or grandchild of Godwin. Yes, that's kind of my read on Godric as well. Ania tells us that all of the shard bearers are the direct descendants of Queen Marika, although there's a tragic line break in the English localization, and she's kind of trying to say all of them are the shard bearer direct children of Marika, with the exception of Godric. That's why he was the weak one that you just killed first. Even if you decided to kill Radahn first or Renala, it's kind of funny. Halo thinks that the focus on Godwin's golden hair implies that he's America's child. I definitely think the implication is there, but nonetheless, having another alternative to think of is very fun and interesting, especially for it being a novel thought that should have been so obvious so long ago. I'm quite chuffed, to be honest. Rex, welcome into the stream. Why would the death of Godwin even be perceived as being able to break her if he wasn't hers? So my headcanon theory for why Godwin drove Marika to the brink would be not necessarily that he died, although that could be a big part of it, would be potentially in the way that he died, because not only was he was killed with destined death that broke in such a way that it created Death Root, which is trying to worm its way back into the Elden Ring via Death Root or Death Bite, Death whatever. And it's trying to usurp the roots of the Erd Tree and potentially get back into the Elden Ring, which Marika forcibly removed from the Elden Ring to begin with. And so what is she left to do if Death is about to get back into her order? She may have to flip the table, wipe the board clean, and break the Elden Ring. That's kind of what makes the most sense to me for as strong and intelligent of a character as she's depicted in other places. But of course, that is just my interpretation. So, okay, folks. Well, I've enjoyed this part of the discussion immensely. We've probably spent 3 times as long talking about it than the video so far. So let's go back into the video now.
But why not deal with 2 problems at once? After all, it was the spiral of the crucible that the horn...
Actually, I forgot where we were, so I'm going to back it up quite a bit. Quite a bit.
Crucible was channeled into a more orderly and contained form. But the crucible would not be restrained so easily. By the time Godfrey and the Tarnished were banished, the curse of the Omen had already progressed far enough that it affected Marika's own progeny. Hundreds of horned children and crucible-touched creatures like the Misbegotten were springing up all across the Golden Empire. The pot was boiling over. With the Erd Tree's greatest enemies...
So yeah, with this, I'm going to reevaluate my thoughts on the Misbegotten. No, they have to come before the sealing of the Scadutree because they're stuck in the Scadu realm, aren't they? All right, so let's go back to my original thought, flesh it out, and then reevaluate. So could the Misbegotten be a byproduct of the Erd Tree changing and then everybody was normal before and that was just the forceful redirection of the Crucible's powers? Maybe. So when would that have been? Would that have been at the start of Marika's reign? Or could it have come later? I think I'm going to settle on my position that I feel like Margit came after Godwin. And yeah, I think I'm going to scrap the whole radiation idea coming later, although I really like it for some reasons.
Defeated and the lands between entirely under Marika's thumb, it was finally time to enact her revenge on the Hornsent. But why not deal with 2 problems at once? After all, it was the spiral of the crucible that the Hornsent were chasing after when committing the genocide of her people. The Erd Tree is the crucible of life, and so the order that the Golden Order covets would need to be extracted. And so that's what Marika did, manifesting an enormous sealing tree, the same type of tree used to veil Enir Ilim in shadow, and grafted the Erd Tree to its trunk, stealing the capital O order from within it to be preserved. In one fell swoop, the chaotic nature of the Crucible as well as her persecutors were effectively removed from the lands between. After all, the remembrance of the Shadow Sunflower says that the Scadutree was born out of dark notions that bear no semblance of order. Of course, this is my theory based on informed speculation, but I believe it stitches together the clues rather well. It is stated outright, as well as informed by environmental clues, that the Crucible is stronger in the Land of Shadow. Because of this, aspects of the primordial Crucible appear everywhere, especially in the animals and even more so in the ruins of Ra'u, which I talked about at length in this video. It follows that in the age before the Erd Tree, these aspects flourished across the lands between, but since the veiling of the Land of Shadow, its power has been concentrated here. This concentration perfectly aligns with the theory that the Erd Tree / Primordial Crucible was sealed away, and as for why Ra'u is so potent with Crucible energy, it, along with the Hinterlands, are the only regions of the Land of Shadow that were untouched by the Burning Crusade.
So, Domanier, you said thinking now the omens could be a curse from the Hornsents. I have to strongly disagree with that, because if Morgott and Mohg are older than the Karyan children, which I think they are by virtue of Morgott being a golden lineage child and the rightful ruler of Leyndell according to his own great runes divine right attributions, I guess, then that would have to be before the Crucible, not the Crucible, but before the Crusade happened in the Shadowlands to cause the Hornsent to curse America. Because the Crusade happens after the Carian children are born, because Gaius has a relationship with Radon before he joins forces with Mesmer to remain in the Crusade. Elda said, for all we know, there could be an omen born for each Hornsent killed, like each one has Hornsent Onyo haunting their nightmares. Possible they are reincarnated Hornsent. Is it possible they reincarnated Hornsent? Maybe. But I still would posit that the omen are older than the Crusade at the very least, which isn't to say that the Hornsent couldn't have been dying and coming back as omen. Gonna need to think about that whole curse aspect of the omen relating to the Erd Tree and then what that would look like in the before times. Okay, so I think I'm going to go back to my original headcanon here, which, I mean, I haven't really left. I just, been playing with a bunch of other thoughts in that, I think Godwyn may have been Marika and Godfrey's child before the Erd Tree came into existence, and that the Omen twins were born after the Erd Tree. Because I guess it wouldn't make sense for Omens to be cursed from the Erd Tree unless there was an Erd Tree to be cursed from. Unless that just means curses in general. But then, other than the Hornsent, how come we don't really have, prehistoric actual omens with the horns and whatnot? We've got the budding horns, but that's a different mechanic. Pigsy, you agree with my timeline there, but it's possible that the betrayal was a betrayal of the Hornsent when Marika became a god, and the Omen curse started then and not after the Crusade. That might be true as well. But a lot of people take Grandam's curse to be a curse for the Crusade, because even if Marika betrayed the Hornsent at the very beginning, they did seem to live together in relative peace for some period of time up until the Crusade timeline, essentially. Which is very strange. Moth said, why did Marika crusade so late in her reign? She had multiple full-grown kids and a kingdom. So I tend to think it's because her age is coming to an end originally, and that became the time to transition from the Godfrey times into the Radagon times. But of course, that's just my thoughts on that. Kyle says, couldn't it be Godwyn, the Carians, then the curse, then the other children? Hold on. Godwyn, Carians, then the curse. So the reason why I would say that Morgott predates the Carian children is because he's the rightful ruler of Leyndell. Let me think about that a bit more, though. And I'm also a one-body believer in Marika and Radagon, and that tends to be part of it as well. So I know many other people would like to believe that Marika and Radagon could have had two different bodies and become merged later on, and they're perfectly welcome to think that. But for me, it's a little bit problematic because I haven't seen it happen myself. The closest we get is Mikola and St. Trina, and one is permanently hobbled. Although, to be fair, when we see Marika, she is kind of permanently hobbled as well, huh? This part of the lore really puzzles you, Pixie? Me too. Phantom leaves, you're in the one body camp as well. So yeah, if you're in the two body camp, you probably have a lot more wiggle room to work with the ordering of the children, perhaps. So All right, yeah. Let's go back into the video. This is a really thought-provoking one so far.
There is more to it than that, but I'm saving it for a part 2. Yes, there will be a part 2. One more point to this topic. The Crucible is said to be gold, tinged with red.
Ladies and gents, we got him. He made it into a guild without gold. You misspelled that, buddy. Happens to us all.
Sap dripping from the linear trunk of the Scadutree is indeed gold, with a red tinge. The aforementioned shift from the Erd Tree becoming a tree that granted blessings to an object of faith, marked by the change in the Erd Tree sigils, is something that I believed happened right around this time, as I had discussed earlier a couple times. And finally,
so I guess another piece that I should probably bring back into the puzzle here would be that part of the reason why I think Radagon has a lot to do with the Scadutree and all this other stuff is partially because of the timeline stuff, which I try to treat each element as separately as possible and then see if individual pieces start aligning like a jigsaw puzzle. And in this case, I do think Radagon has a lot to do with the Scadutree beyond the timeline concerns, in that if you think there's a tangible connection between the so-called impenetrable thorns on the seal of the Erd Tree that prevents us from becoming Elden Lord, and the impenetrable thorns which comprise the stock of the Scadutree, then Radagon might have more at hand here than one might initially expect. Although I really dislike how visually distinct it looks from the ones on the Erd Tree and whatnot. And I guess then that becomes the question of, is Radagon America's shadow in a way? You think I'm in deep, wild speculation in specious logic territory? I mean, they kind of go together. I mean, I've been in this camp for a very long time. It's partly why I haven't produced more Shadow of the Erd Tree / Elden Ring lore after the release of the DLC. It's because, well, I've got some pretty strong ideas. I don't think they're ironclad, which I prefer everything to be. So I just need to let things marinate a bit more. And I mean, the sad truth is I don't think we're going to get as clear answers as I would like. So if I ever do make a video on this topic, which I'm sure I will at some point, I would need to lay it all out or just come clean that the lore is garbage and it's all made up because it doesn't actually fit together. But that's no fun until it's fun when everybody kind of hates on it at the same time. I don't know. I'll figure out something, but I'm still trying to completely pin down my thoughts, and I'm not trying to have the tail wag the dog here. And that's always the problem, because for as much as I harped on the Crucible being the Erd Tree, I don't think that's wrong, but the Crucible might also be older than I expected, or the Crucible could have changed forms into like an early Crucible period versus like a late Crucible period. It's just, I need to reevaluate some of that stuff a bit more, which is really annoying. So let me try to articulate this a little bit better for those who may be a little bit less familiar with my channel as well. So I've long been in the camp that I don't think like the Crucible is the oldest thing in the lands between, which, you know, may be contradicted with the DLC, but it's still very curious when the Crucible tree came into being, if it was not literally the Erd Tree. And so maybe the Hornsent had their tree, which is the Great Tree, if you want to call it that, and then the Erd Tree came to usurp it, or America changed the nature of the Crucible into the current Erd Tree. And then if she did that, did she also change it once more to become the current version of the Erd Tree? And is that why the Shadowlands is the way that it is? These are the kind of things that I've been having to contend with. And the more I think about it, the more I think the latter, the third interpretation is probably at play, because it's so strange to me that we have so much spiral tree iconography throughout Anir Lim, but we don't actually have a legitimate spiral tree, like Erd Tree spiral tree type thing, a gigantic spiral tree anywhere else other than like the ceiling tree, which seems to be compromising an existing stock, which does not, like this, if you had a spiral tree that grew up originally as a spiral, like the second stock coming up like this wouldn't happen that way. This has to be the primary stock, and then this one is like slowly choking it seems. And it doesn't seem like this stock was originally over here and then got shifted to become like this. So there is no like first legitimate spiral Erd tree, for lack of a better term. So this is why I'm in the unhinged speculation territory, because I'm trying to hinge it, essentially. Yeah, I am role-playing my Gideon meme picture. That is me right there. So it's not unusual for me to be in this territory. It's just a little bit unusual to be provoked into revealing these thoughts before they're fully baked. Which, I mean, that's the benefit of joining the streams, everybody. Appreciate you. We are in Pepe off-near mode. There's a glowing spiral tree in Night Rain. Checkmate, bros. Are you talking about the minor Erd trees? Halo said, what if the tree was originally a spiral and one straightened out due to America, hence the bounty? That's kind of what I'm thinking. So let's pull up our minor Erd tree, church minor Erd tree, because even that one is kind of a spiral. So where's me thing? Oh no, these are just the branches. Hold on. Okay. So you have another tree like this in the Skidoo lands. Technically, you have two of them. One in the Shadowkeep area and one by the Meteor Town. What's the Meteor Town called? The one where you can meet and spar with Dane that you go through to get to the Bottomlands. Anyway, this has like a weird spiral in it. Jason Salter, you're still wrestling with this 3-body problem? Okay. In the original form of the Elden Ring, there is a spiral. In America's, there isn't. If you're talking about like the Fair Mizulan one, maybe. But then like this depiction of a minor Erd tree is still kind of weird. Like, is this supposed to have a ceiling stalk? Or if it gets straightened, like what happens? But then why aren't the other minor Erd trees super spirally, like the big ones that are dead? Or like not dead, but like not golden. So like the dead one over by the Fia guys or the Godwin guys, it does look like it has died and is getting new growth, but it's not too important right now. All right, Moth Crab, thanks for joining us. You take care. Anyway, let's go back in.
Finally, the quote, "The Scadutree is the shadow of the Erd tree," makes sense, as it's the Jungian shadow to the Erd tree's persona.
Damn it. We went so long tonight with no mentions of the alchemical Rebus or Carl Jung. So close. At least we didn't hit the Rebus bingo card up until Zafe ruined it earlier in the chat.
Quick analytical psychology lesson. The persona is the public image of one's personality, which derives from the ego ideal, which in turn is the inner image of oneself as one wants to become. Contrasting the persona is the shadow, an unconscious aspect of the personality that does not correspond with the ego ideal, creating conflict with it. Carl Jung argued that the assimilation of the shadow by the ego can lead to a sort of mental enlightenment, but that repression of the shadow will cause it to lash out or express itself in ways that conflict with the persona. This is a pretty concise summary of the conflict between the Erd Tree and the primordial crucible before the Land of Shadow was hidden. So, at this time, all of the undesirable, conflicting aspects that were repressed by the Golden Order had been filtered and left to rot behind Marika's veil. With the persona of the Erd Tree extracted, the shadow is left behind. The Scadutree is the shadow of the Erd Tree, and the Erd Tree in Leyndell became merely an object of faith.
And that's kind of how I think things may have come to be as well. Like, I'm not fully committed to this, that I wouldn't die on this hill, but I'm pretty close to it. I just want to try to get my ducks in a row, to be honest. But Prince Lorian asked a good question. Isn't the crucible energy? Doesn't the spear spell basically say that it's a crucible current, and that isn't the current that's coming out of the ground in the cave and the catacomb and that? So let's pull up my favorite hated item in the entire game with what do you call it? Siluria's tree. I think I have just a picture of this at this point, don't I? And if I don't, I really should. Siluria. Nope. Siluria. Okay, sweet. Siluria's tree. Weapon of one of the two honored as foremost among the Crucible Knights. The primordial form of the Erd Tree is close in nature to life itself, and this spear, modeled on its crucible, is imbued with ancient holy essence. The Japanese is a little bit clearer, like it's clear that the tree is modeled on the crucible, not like its crucible. This is anyway. So if this is the crucible, why isn't it a spiral, and why is it also a tree? That's kind of this one depiction of the one depiction of the crucible here has been the bane of my existence since the very beginning of the game, which is why I came out with the whole idea of like, hey guys, the crucible is the Erd Tree. The Erd Tree is the crucible, but in a different form. It's the same thing with multiple names. That's right, guys. The Erd Tree is trans. How come I never made that comparison? Maybe it's a little bit too crude, but you can move beyond that. So to talk about Spira, I don't think I have footage available for that off the top of my head or off the top of my hard drive. Spira, let's pull up the text, Jamie. Spira. We're going to get a bunch of spiral stuff first. It says, the spiral is a normalized crucible current that one day will form a column that stretches to the gods. So technically, Spira is not the crucible itself. It's taking the powers of the crucible and redirecting them in a new way to create something different. So it'd be like saying that you're taking the power of the Erd Tree and using your faith to distort it into something greater than the Erd Tree, which in a way is kind of what Mikola does with the unalloyed gold, with Golden Order fundamentalism and stuff like that. So hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. And if the spear stuff still doesn't work out entirely, this will be a parallel example, which is in its own way annoying. Hold on, Golden Crucible? Okay. So when you look at the Divine Bird Feathers, it says the Divine Bird Warriors, and indeed this technique, are said to bear resemblance to the Golden Crucible. So that is kind of how the Japanese says it. It's like the Crucible of Gold, Golden Crucible. I don't have a problem with that. But you're like, wait, what the hell does that mean? Why isn't this red? Because when you look at Divine Bird Feathers, it's kind of like the pale white stuff that you see in the other Divine Invocation stuff. So the issue is it bears resemblance, but it is not the same thing. And I think that's kind of what's going on with Spira as well. Or Spira, however you want to pronounce it. I say Spira because I played too much Final Fantasy X as a child. And that's what I read when I see those letters in that order. And then Zafe sent me the picture of Night Rain. It's a little bit of spoilers if you didn't play the network test, so I won't share that with you guys if you're trying to avoid it. But we can say that there might be some Night Rain potential lore tie-ins, although it's hard to say how canon Night Rain is going to be regardless. Especially as it pertains to redacted. I can't give away too much there. Yeah, El Degusto is saying the Crucible was undivided. That's kind of how I look at it. So I would say that the Crucible would be like one undivided Erd tree. But my question in the past was, like I was saying earlier in the stream, I didn't know whether or not the Crucible was its own thing independent from the Erd tree, or if the reading that the Crucible is the Erd tree should be the one that was more accurate to the text of the game. So with the DLC, it seems like it might be both, that there is an older tree than the actual Erd tree, or what I thought would have been the original Crucible Erd tree. So, damn it, I closed my paint drawings. Oh no, that's what I wanted. I want to do this. So this is what I thought the Crucible was, and I thought this is the Erd tree, which means golden tree, but it was more red tinted, like it's talked about in, actually, let's do it this way. Actually, let's do it this way. Where's my cursor? I cannot see my cursor. It's on this screen. Wait, why is it? What? What is going on? Oh, that's so strange.
It might.
What? There it is. Okay. So what might be going on is we might have a case of 3 trees. So what I thought was the Crucible was like the Crucible Knight type Godfrey Crucible versus the Golden Order Fundamentalist Yellow Erd tree. Sorry if this is a little bit too bright for you guys. And this should be like ancient, completely divorced. So rather than thinking of it like the traditional Erd tree, it might be better to think of this as something completely different and instead be more like oops. Hey guys, look at me. I can't draw. Now you're all learning firsthand. So this might be like the real Crucible, and this could be like an Erd tree type Crucible, because it's still using the same energy. Like this became this. This gave us sap. That was gold. And then once the sap stopped flowing, we got the Shadow Erd tree, or the shadow of the Erd tree. And then it became like this, essentially. So the Golden Order thing is sealing the Erd tree so that way the sap stops seeping out so it still stays alive. So that's kind of where I'm at right now, if that makes sense. So I'm sure you guys may have been losing your minds in the comments or the chat. So let me read that if I can. The Japanese language says the crucible is a pot. It could be metaphorical language, but yes, it does like literally mean pot, melting pot, or a crucible. The issue is crucible in English can mean like a challenge or something along those lines. Mania misses how even Bloodborne was simpler. That's an amazing comment. Do I think the Duskblood's lore will be simpler? I don't know. It depends if George is writing it, doesn't it? Or Sanderson, I guess. Drawing with the mouse is so painful, it's the only way I know. Force myself to draw for an hour every day and I'll get good. But then I'd be spending an hour every day learning how to draw. Which, I mean, would be fun, but I'd prefer to spend my time doing other things. Like distracting myself with video games. Pro tip, learn to see? No. See, that's the issue, Chadwick. I've talked about this story before. I'm getting way off topic. I'm not going to say the story. We're way over time already. Let's go back into the video.
Seems strange to talk about the Erd Tree from a psychoanalytical point of view, since it is a tree after all, but we already discussed that it manifests as avatars to protect itself and its offspring, and we haven't even talked about the impenetrable thorns.
The despair of the Scadutree.
Throughout Elden Ring, thorns represent punishment, agony, and despair. We have Elmer of the Briar, his armor covered in thorns, indicating that he has a death sentence over his head. There are the Thorn Sorcerers, who naturally cast Thorn Sorceries, which describe them as exiled criminals. Using these sorceries entails wounding yourself to conjure the briars from your agony, and the sorcerers themselves have had their eyes gouged out by a crown of thorns. The hood of the guilty is adorned with a crown of thorns, and thankfully, these don't gouge our own eyes out as well. And then there are the impenetrable thorns that prevent us from accessing the Erd Tree's inner sanctum, which were a bit of a mystery before the DLC came out. Well, the impenetrable thorns have made another appearance in Shadow of the Erd Tree, several in fact. We are first likely to encounter the thorns that are covering the doorway from Belurot to Enir Ilim, just after the fight with the Dancing Lion. These are connected to the Sealing Tree, and for an awesome watch, I recommend Benoon's video detailing her theory regarding the Sealing Tree. The next two are new sorceries found within Shadow Keep, named Impenetrable Thorns and Mantle of Thorns. These are both described as being sorceries of those whose faith rewarded them only with despair, in that the user wounds themselves with thorns grown from the Shadow Tree. The last instance of impenetrable thorns is in the fight with the Scadutree avatar itself, where it uses the thorns liberally during most of its attacks, further cementing the fact that these blackened briars originate with the Scadutree. Why is this symbol of despair and agony so closely associated with it? I think here we must differentiate between the standard red-colored thorn sorceries and the black, impenetrable thorn sorceries. Both entail agony, suffering, and despair, but the red ones are also indicative of a punishment or guilt. An external force is causing this suffering, and this is reinforced by Elberic Set, which is embedded with glintstones formed from the blood of sacrifices, and it only enhances these red thorn sorceries. The thorn sorceries of the Scadutree stem from an internal anguish, a feeling of despair and abandonment. Well, the Scadutree was abandoned and betrayed. The original trunk of the Erd Tree, which was created by Marika, was thrown away despite all the blessings that it once bestowed. This is likely why the Scadutree helped Miquella break his great rune. It is a victim like everything else in the Land of Shadow.
Bro, I can't believe you got to play with Let Her Solo Me. That's wild.
The music during the Scadutree Avatar's boss fight begins with an intense combat track, but it transitions to a much more melancholic, somber piece as the fight goes on. The Scadutree must hate Marika for what she did, and now her champion has come to do it harm once again, and it's losing the battle. The despair felt by the Shadowtree's avatar is palpable. The Mantle of Thorns item description reads, "The image of the misshapen Scadutree is an edict. spurn all that exists, wound all that exists, for we have been abandoned.
I had some crazy ass tinfoil thoughts just now, but it sucks that the game doesn't enable them to work on a more thematic level. Like, the fact that America is the one that gets cursed by the Horn Scent, and that there's no mentions of Radagon at all, is a little bit vexing. Wait. No, I don't think that works. Halo, your host got invaded by the drip inspector once. He inspected all of your drip. The notorious drip inspector. I wonder if he's had like many impersonators. I've heard of him as well. The Maniac says, Radagon was just the king consort. Some power, yes, but not as the queen. Well, this is the crazy tinfoil Pepe Offneer thought that I was having just now. What if he was more than just the king consort? And the question is when. I wish Radagon used more Thorn sorceries in his fight, because then I could more comfortably tie him to like the mountaintops of the giants. All right, so I'm going to paint a bit of a picture for you guys, and you'll probably like it or you won't, and it's just kind of how it goes sometimes. So, Radagon. We're told he's formally introduced in the Liurnian Wars, and Muriel's just like, why would a mere champion become Elden Lord after this, essentially? So, he sounds like a bit of an upstart, like a nobody, essentially, but maybe Muriel doesn't have the full story. What if Radagon killed the fire giants? I don't like that idea, because we're told from America that Godfrey needs to put the sword of the giants atop the mount. But when you actually go on top of the mount, they're all impaled with a bunch of, like, impenetrable thorns, it looks like. Let me pull up the image. These guys are impaled with a bunch of thorns. Does this mean the Scadutree was a thing already? Maybe it does, because the giants hate the Erd tree. They burned it. The Hornsent are scared of the fire giants. So could this have been a preemptive war by the fire giants to burn down the Erd tree? The Crucible, not the Erd tree. Then it was sealed to not get burned. I'm going to have to think about this more. But anyway, going back to whether or not Radagon killed the fire giants. Maybe he did. Maybe he's responsible for these types of thorns. Another fun idea I had was maybe it was Godwin. But anyway, we're going to stick with the thorn angle for now. So Radagon has impenetrable thorns. He kills the fire giants. That's why he gets cursed with red hair. It's a curse of their kind for the torture he inflicted upon them, the despair, the guilt, whatever. And so he does the Karian thing. He becomes Elden Lord. He still has his impenetrable thorns, right? So what if that shadow tree is Radagon's tree? Like, it isn't necessarily Marika's tree in the traditional sense of the term. What if the shadow tree is Radagon's tree? And I don't mean like the ceiling tree. I mean the whole kit and the caboodle, the whole shebang. Someone said Radagon uses the same teleportation as some horn scent guys. That doesn't bother me too much. Sin, Cardinal Sin, Fire Giants, Thorns, Thorn Sorcerers, and the Mountaintops. And we are told the sin of the beginning is what Miquella wants to overcome. Yet we're also told the first cardinal sin was burning the Erd Tree. That doesn't belong to the domain of mere men. Is Radagon to Marika... How do I phrase this? Is Radagon to Marika what Moog is to Miquella? I don't think that works. Anyway. Am I suggesting Radon didn't originally have red hair? Yeah, it's a little bit clearer in the Japanese. He did not have red hair originally. Halo thinks Radagon's the result of Hornsent pot fusing. Seems like Radagon used the barbs on the Giants for the first time and later developed this skill to ensnare the Scadutree offensively. Then he used it defensively for the Erd Tree. Could she have usurped it? Well, the thing that sucks is we're told that Gold and Shadow were born at the same time, and the impenetrable thorns are born of Shadow, so Gold was born at the same time? Could these have been killed after the Erd Tree? Damn it, I really need to think about all this stuff more. There's probably a lot more going on with Radagon that is just woefully understated. Did the Scadutree have thorns? So, if you look at the Scadutree avatar, it pretty much confirms it. Let's check it out with the Fextra. Or is it not that Scadutree avatar? What is it? Is it just impenetrable thorns? These flowers, veiled in shadow and covered in impenetrable thorns... Oh, Shadow Sunflower, that's what it was. That's not the avatar. Are suffused with profound holiness, much akin to the Scadutree itself. And yeah, these are the thorns of rejection. And that's a Golden Order fundamentalist tenet. The hair dye curse? Yeah, Stella's a ginger by choice. Radagon is forced into that life. Mania asks, is it not possible that the thorns are a power of Marika and Radagon? As he is Marika, could he use it later to block the door? That is something I've wondered as well. It just bothers me that he doesn't use any thorn type skills at all in the fight with him. So, and if Marika did it, then why is Radagon the one who got cursed, but not her? Although, of course, Radagon is Marika, but she reverts back to Marika to have golden hair, or vice versa. And Mesmer acts as Marika's shield for the ire of the horn scent, so she avoids more curses. So maybe Radagon is like proto-Mesmer. You know what? That might be it. Marika might know the dangers of curses and killing things, and so she may have used Radagon as a figurative scapegoat to take the ire and malediction of those that she was killing, so she herself can remain holy. I'm kind of fine with the idea, but it's just such a pain to try to explain that to somebody who doesn't have like a ton of contextual knowledge about the game. You don't think it was Radagon anymore, just a husk piloted by the Elden Beast? It's weird though, because we're told that Radagon sealed or like repaired the ring of his own accord, essentially. Like, it doesn't say it that way. But if the Elden Beast puppets Radagon, then where does Radagon begin and the Elden Beast end, or vice versa? Where does Radagon end and the Elden Beast begin? That's what you said about Mesmer? Gusto, you might have like lost a comment in there, because I read what you said, but it just kind of trailed off. Is the fact that you can interact with quote-unquote Marika after the Radagon fight indicative that they were really two people? I don't know, because it doesn't really seem like Marika's there anymore. Radagon and Marika were impaled by a Destined Death Spear? Maybe. It's possible that spear wasn't there originally, and that it came back into their body after we unleash it in Farum Azula. So here's another really wild Pepe Offner type thought. Could Radagon be the Rune of Death? Unironically, no joke, could he have been an instantiation of the Rune of Death? And could the demigod children be instantiations of their great runes? And if so, what could that mean? Would mean Destined Death was removed early? I don't like the whole demigods being the great runes argument, even though I just proposed it in this idea. There's a lot of reasons for it. I just don't want to take the time to explain it right now. It's pretty late. Marika's definitely a husk, but you mean Radagon definitely isn't there anymore? The weird thing is the remembrance item, the Sacred Relic Blade, suggests that either Radagon or the Elden Beast are the god. But if Radagon is Marika, then Marika could be the sword as much as Radagon is, so she seems to be gone as well. That's why I wish we knew more about any of the damn base endings. It's like, is Marika still there? What the hell does it mean to be Elden Lord to that husk of a queen? So strange. Chungus, you think the barbs are a foundation of magic? I don't know, because that doesn't account for, like, flame and whatnot. Could Radagon be an unborn kid of America? Maybe. I think it could be an aspect of her, and I think Melina could be the same thing. So maybe that's what Mesmer is as well. Maybe America's just shedding a bunch of stuff within her. It's so strange. Mania thinks America's alive like a puppet of Celavis? Maybe. If anything, I would say it's like all brainstem, no brain, no one's home. So, okay, folks, you got to listen to a lot of unhinged speculation. I hope you enjoyed that. Like I said, these are a lot of the problems that I've been trying to wrestle with for like the past year, essentially at this point. So I might make a video touching on this at one point, or I might crack and just say, hey guys, it can't really be solved. Like, it doesn't actually fit together without more information. And even if we get more information, I'm not so sure it's going to be resolved amicably. But yeah. Phantom Leaves, thank you so much for the video. Like I said, it was very thought-provoking. I enjoyed it a lot. And you triggered me. You got me going off on huge-ass tangents. So congrats on your success. So anyway, folks, that'll be it for tonight's stream. We'll be going live again at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, as we typically do. So hopefully I'll catch you on the next one. Until then, take care, stay safe. Last Protagonist out.